Hello friends, I'm here to help you relax tonight. Tell me where you listening from and what time is it there. I'd love to. No, now get comfortable, let go of the day's worries and let this story guide you to a calm and peaceful sleep. You deserve to feel at ease and leave all the stress behind. Subscribe now and join me for more stories to help you find peace every night. The house had always been there, lurking at the edge of the woods like a predator waiting for its prey. Over the decades, it had seen families come and go, each leaving a little more of themselves behind until there was nothing left but silence. The locals had stopped talking about it years ago, as though ignoring it would make it disappear. But it didn't. For Emma, the Grayson house wasn't just a spooky story whispered among teenagers. It was a challenge. People are afraid of what they don't understand, she told herself as she stood in front of the house that night. The moonlight spilled over the crumbling roof and broken windows, painting the house in eerie shades of gray. Her flashlight felt heavy in her hand, though she'd gripped it 1,000 times before on her solo night hikes. But this wasn't like the woods. This was different. The gate swung open with a groan, the rusted hinges protesting her intrusion. Her sneakers crunched on the gravel path leading to the porch, where weeds grew between the planks like veins crawling toward the door. She hesitated for just a moment, her breath fogging in the cold night air, before pressing her hand against the door. It was damp and bloated, as though the house had absorbed years of rain and grief. With a shove, it gave way, creaking open to reveal the yawning darkness inside. Emma stepped over the threshold, her flashlight cutting through the gloom. Dust motes swirled in the air, illuminated by the faint beam, and the smell of mildew and rot hit her like a wall. She wrinkled her nose but kept moving, her curiosity outweighing her discomfort. The hallway stretched before her, lined with faded wallpaper that had once been floral but now looked like peeling skin. Her footsteps echoed as she walked, each creak of the floorboards sounding like a warning. Then she heard it, a sound so faint she thought she might be imagining it. A whisper. Emma stopped, her heart skipping a beat as she turned her head toward the sound. It was soft, almost gentle, but unmistakable. Emma? Her name. She spun around, the flashlight beam sweeping across the empty hallway. The shadows seemed to dance just out of reach, taunting her. She swallowed hard, gripping the flashlight tighter. "Hello?" she called out, her voice trembling. There was no answer, just the oppressive silence pressing in on her. She told herself it was just the wind, though there hadn't been so much as a breeze outside. Pushing down her unease, she moved further into the house. The floorboards groaned beneath her weight, and the air grew colder with each step. Her flashlight flickered, and for a split second, the darkness felt alive, closing in around her. The whispers returned, louder this time. "Leave?" The word was clear, cutting through the air like a blade. Emma froze, her pulse pounding in her ears. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. She turned, her flashlight darting across the walls, but the hallway was empty. She was alone, or at least she thought she was. Her throat tightened as she forced herself to move. She wasn't going to let a few creepy noises scare her off. She had come here for answers, and she wasn't leaving until she found them. As she entered what must have been the living room, the temperature dropped even further. Her breath puffed out in white clouds, and her fingers felt numb against the cold metal of the flashlight. The room was almost empty, save for a shattered mirror hanging crooked on the wall and a broken chair in the corner. But it wasn't the furniture that caught her attention. It was the handprint. A single dark smudge in the shape of a hand, pressed against the wall near the mirror. It wasn't old. It wasn't dusty or faded. It looked fresh, as though someone had pressed their palm against the wall just moments before she entered the room. Her stomach twisted as she stepped closer, her flashlight trembling in her grasp. She reached out, her fingers hovering just above the handprint, when the mirror cracked. The sound was deafening, shattering the silence and sending shards of glass cascading to the floor. Emma jumped back with a gasp, her heart racing. That's when she saw it. In the broken fragments of the mirror, a figure stood behind her. It was only there for a split second, a shadowy outline with no discernible features, but it was enough to send her scrambling backward. She turned, swinging the flashlight wildly, but the room was empty. Her chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath. The whispers had stopped, replaced by a suffocating silence that felt heavier than the air itself. She needed to leave. Emma turned toward the doorway only to find it gone. The living room walls had shifted, closing in around her like a maze with no exit. Panic surged through her veins as she stumbled backward, her mind racing. The house was alive. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a haunted house. It was something far worse. A low groan echoed through the room, and the floor beneath her feet began to vibrate. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like the lungs of a sleeping beast. Then the laughter started. It was soft at first, almost childlike, but it quickly grew louder, filling the room with a cacophony of voices. They overlapped, rising and falling in a twisted harmony that made her ears ache. Emma pressed her hands over her ears, her flashlight clattering to the floor. The beam rolled across the room, illuminating shapes that shouldn't have been there, shadows that moved on their own, stretching and writhing along the walls. One of them stepped forward. It wasn't a shadow anymore. It was something solid, something real. Its form was vague, shifting as it moved, but its presence was undeniable. Emma backed away, her foot catching on a broken floorboard. She fell hard, the breath knocked from her lungs as the figure loomed over her. It reached out, its hand impossibly long and clawed, and for a moment, Emma was paralyzed with terror. Then the whispers returned, louder than ever. "Stay." The whispers faded, but the silence that followed was far worse. It wasn't the quiet of an empty room, it was the kind of silence that pressed against your skin, heavy and suffocating. Emma scrambled to her feet, her knees shaking, and backed against the wall. The shadowy figure was gone, but the air still felt charged, as if it had left something behind. Her flashlight flickered again, its beam weak and erratic. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to think. "It's just a house," she whispered, though the words felt hollow. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't normal, but Emma wasn't ready to let fear take over. Not yet. She turned toward the far end of the room, where another doorway stood ajar. Beyond it, she could see a staircase spiraling upward into darkness. The thought of going further into the house made her stomach twist, but staying where she was didn't feel any safer. Her footsteps were cautious as she crossed the room, avoiding the jagged shards of the shattered mirror. The wooden stairs creaked under her weight, each step sounding like a scream in the eerie quiet. Halfway up, the air changed. It was subtle at first, just a faint chill brushing against her skin, but it grew stronger with every step. By the time she reached the landing, her breath was visible in the freezing air. The hallway stretched before her, lined with closed doors. Each one looked identical, paint peeling, hinges rusted, and handles worn smooth by time. But something about the third door on the left caught her attention. It was slightly ajar, and from the gap, a faint light spilled into the hallway. Emma hesitated, her heart pounding. There was no reason to believe anything good waited behind that door, but the pull was irresistible. She pushed it open, the door swinging inward with a soft groan. The room was small and sparsely furnished, with a single chair sitting in the center. On the floor beside it was a child's doll, its porcelain face cracked and its dress stained with something dark. The light was coming from a lamp on the far side of the room, its bulb flickering erratically. Emma's gaze was drawn to the chair. It wasn't empty. A figure sat there, slumped forward as if asleep. Their hair was matted, their clothes tattered and stained, and their hands rested limply in their lap. For a moment, Emma thought they might be dead. Then they moved. The figure's head snapped up, and Emma let out a gasp, stumbling back into the hallway. The figure stood, their movements jerky and unnatural, and turned toward her. Their face was wrong, distorted and twisted, as if someone had tried to mold it out of wax and failed. "Help me," they rasped, their voice barely audible over the sound of Emma's pounding heart. She didn't wait to hear more. Turning on her heel, she bolted down the hallway, her flashlight bouncing wildly in her grasp. The whispers started again, louder this time, and the walls seemed to close in around her. The stairs were just ahead, but as she reached them, the floor gave way beneath her. She let out a scream as she fell, her body plunging into darkness. When she hit the ground, the impact knocked the wind out of her. She lay there for a moment, dazed and disoriented, before realizing she wasn't in the house anymore. She was outside. The night air was sharp and cold, and the sky above was cloudless, the stars bright and unblinking. She pushed herself to her feet, wincing as pain shot through her ankle. The house loomed behind her, dark and silent, as if it had never been alive in the first place. Emma turned to leave, but the woods in front of her were unfamiliar. The path she'd taken to get here was gone, replaced by a dense thicket of trees that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. Panic bubbled in her chest. She couldn't stay here, not after what she'd just experienced. Limping slightly, she made her way toward the trees, hoping to find some sign of the road. But as she stepped into the woods, the whispers returned. "You can't leave." She froze, her blood turning to ice. The voice was clear, and this time it wasn't coming from the house. It was all around her. Emma turned, her flashlight sweeping through the darkness. Shadows shifted between the trees, moving too quickly to be human. Her breath caught in her throat as a figure stepped into the beam of light. It was the same twisted face she'd seen in the chair, but now it was clearer. The features were grotesque, as if someone had tried to combine several faces into one. Its eyes were wide and unblinking, its mouth stretched into a grin that was too large for its face. It didn't move. Emma backed away slowly, her hands trembling. "Stay back," she whispered, though she knew it wouldn't listen. The figure tilted its head as if considering her words, and then it took a step forward. Emma turned and ran, her injured ankle screaming in protest. The trees blurred around her as she pushed herself forward, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly. The whispers grew louder, overlapping and echoing, until they were a deafening roar. She didn't know how long she ran, but eventually her legs gave out and she collapsed to the ground. When she looked up, the house was there. It shouldn't have been. She had run in the opposite direction, but the house loomed above her, its dark windows watching her like eyes. Emma screamed in frustration, pounding her fists against the ground. She couldn't escape. The door creaked open. The house didn't wait for her to move. The door swung open with an ominous groan, and the yawning darkness inside seemed to beckon her. Emma sat frozen on the ground, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to resist the pull of the cursed structure. But where would she go? The woods behind her seemed endless, twisted, and alive. No matter how far she ran, the house was always waiting. She had tried to escape, and it had brought her back. The whispers began again, soft at first but rising steadily, as if the house were growing impatient. "Come back." Her flashlight flickered weakly in her hand. The beam was faint, barely cutting through the shadows, but it was all she had. With trembling legs, she stood up, her back still to the house. "I'm not going back in there," she said, though her voice was shaky and unconvincing. The wind picked up suddenly, cold and biting, carrying with it the faint sound of laughter. It wasn't joyful. It was mocking, cruel, and so close it made her skin crawl. She spun around, her flashlight sweeping over the trees, but there was no one there. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by an unnatural silence. It wasn't just quiet, it was as though the entire world had been muted. No rustling leaves, no chirping insects, no sound at all. Emma's heart pounded in her chest as she turned toward the house. The door was still open, the darkness inside seeming to pulse like a living thing. And then she saw it. A figure stood just inside the doorway, barely visible in the shadows. It was tall and thin, its limbs unnaturally long, its head tilted at an odd angle. Its eyes, if they were eyes, glowed faintly in the dark, fixed on her. Emma took a step back, her throat tightening. She wanted to scream, but the sound wouldn't come. The figure moved. It didn't walk, it glided forward, its body shifting unnaturally as it crossed the threshold of the house. Emma stumbled back, her flashlight shaking in her hand. "Stay away," she managed to shout, her voice cracking. The figure paused, tilting its head as if considering her words. Then it extended an arm, impossibly long and thin, and pointed toward the house. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent. "Inside. Now." Emma shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "No," she whispered. The figure didn't respond. It simply stood there, unmoving, its glowing eyes fixed on her. The air around her grew colder, and she felt a pressure building in her chest, as though the weight of the house itself was pressing down on her. Her legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. The flashlight slipped from her grasp and rolled away, its weak beam flickering out. She was plunged into darkness. And still the whispers continued. "You belong here." Emma's body trembled as she forced herself to stand. The figure was gone, but the door to the house remained open, the darkness inside somehow more inviting than the oppressive silence of the woods. She didn't want to go back, but she had no choice. With slow, hesitant steps, she approached the house. The porch creaked under her weight, and the air grew colder with each step. She paused at the threshold, her hand hovering over the doorframe. The whispers stopped. For a moment there was silence again, but it was different this time. It wasn't oppressive, It was expectant, like the calm before a storm. Emma stepped inside. The door slammed shut behind her, the sound echoing through the empty halls. She spun around, her hands fumbling for the doorknob, but it was gone. The door was just a solid wall now, the wood smooth and unbroken. Panic surged through her, but she forced herself to breathe. "It's just a house," she whispered again, though she didn't believe it. The hallway was darker than before, the air thick and heavy. Her flashlight was gone, leaving her with only the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the cracked windows. She moved forward, her hands outstretched to feel her way through the darkness. The floorboards groaned beneath her feet, each step sounding like a warning. The house felt different this time. The walls seemed closer, the air colder, and the shadows darker. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. And then she heard it, a faint sound coming from somewhere deeper in the house. It was a voice. It wasn't like the whisper she had heard before. This voice was clear, human, and filled with fear. "Help me," it said. Emma froze, her heart pounding. The voice was faint, almost a whisper, but it was unmistakably real. Someone else was in the house. She moved toward the sound, her hands brushing against the walls to guide her. The voice grew louder as she went, leading her deeper into the house. "Please," the voice said, trembling with desperation. "Help me." She reached a door at the end of the hallway. It was slightly ajar, and the voice seemed to be coming from the other side. Emma hesitated, her hand hovering over the doorknob. She didn't want to open it, but she couldn't leave whoever was inside. She pushed the door open. The room was empty. It was small and bare, with only a single chair in the center. The walls were covered in scratches, as though someone had clawed at them in desperation. And then she saw the blood. It was smeared across the floor in long, dark streaks, leading toward the chair. Emma's stomach churned, and she covered her mouth to keep from screaming. The chair was empty, but the blood trail didn't end there. It led to the far wall, where something was carved into the wood. "Don't trust them." The words were jagged and uneven, as though carved in a hurry. Emma stepped closer, her breath catching in her throat. The air grew colder as she neared the wall, and she felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up. Then she heard the voice again, but this time it was different. "Behind you." She spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. The room was empty, but she could feel something there, watching her. The shadows on the walls seemed to shift, growing darker and larger until they filled the room. Emma backed against the wall, her pulse racing. The whispers returned, louder than ever, overlapping and echoing until they were deafening. The shadows moved closer, their shapes twisting and writhing like living things. Emma pressed herself against the wall, her hands clawing at the wood as if trying to escape. And then the lights went out. The darkness swallowed her whole. For a moment, Emma was frozen, her breath caught in her throat. The shadows didn't just fade, they sank into her, filling her with an unnerving coldness that made her heart skip. It was like the darkness wasn't just outside her, but inside her, crawling under her skin and making her feel small, insignificant. The air thickened, pushing in from every side. She couldn't see, couldn't hear anything but the distant thrum of her pulse. "Get out." The voice sliced through the thick silence, low and guttural. It wasn't a whisper this time, but a command, sharp and demanding. Emma's heart pounded harder as her eyes struggled to adjust, but the absence of light made it impossible. She stumbled backward, her hands shaking as they searched for something, anything, to steady her. The walls were smooth cold. There was no door, no escape. Her throat tightened. The suffocating pressure of the house was starting to feel too real. She wasn't alone in this room. The air felt heavy with the presence of something just beyond the edge of her perception. It hovered in the void around her, its very weight pressing against her chest. "Leave?" The voice rasped again, closer this time, as though it was standing right next to her. But Emma could feel nothing. Her breath came in panicked gasps, but no matter how fast she moved, she couldn't outrun the darkness. Every corner she turned led her back to the same oppressive blackness. She wanted to scream, but the words stuck in her throat, thick and choking. Her head spun, disoriented, and her hands fumbled as they reached out, trying to find a wall, a door, something. Her foot caught on something soft but firm lying just in front of her. She dropped to her knees, her hands meeting the cold floor, trembling. And then she froze. The thing beneath her fingers was not soft. It was wet. Her stomach twisted violently as she pulled her hand back. The smell hit her almost immediately, a nauseating metallic stench. What? Her heart skipped as she wiped her hand on her clothes, but it didn't help. She could still feel it there, sticky cold. Please? The voice was different now. It wasn't demanding, it was pleading. And it was no longer alone. From the darkness, several other voices began to emerge, low, disembodied murmurs, layered on top of each other, their words indistinct but all too real. Help me. Get out. It's not too late. The voices whirled around her, growing louder, closer. They pressed against her like a storm, and Emma could feel her mind slipping into chaos. The walls were closing in, the air growing thick and hard to breathe. No, not like this, she screamed, her voice cracking. But the voices didn't stop. They only grew louder. The floor beneath her feet started to tremble, a low rumbling shaking the ground. Leave. Leave now. The command broke through the madness, clear and sharp like glass. Emma jerked her head toward the sound, her wide eyes searching the darkness. The voice was different now. The force was unmistakable, real. Her hands shook as she reached for her pockets, desperately pulling out her phone, praying the battery hadn't died. She turned the screen on, the faint light providing the smallest relief. But the light didn't stay steady. It flickered, dimming, going in and out with each passing second. Emma's pulse raced as the screen flashed like a dying star. Then a face. A face appeared on the screen, not her own, but someone else's. An old woman with hollow eyes and a twisted smile that seemed too wide to be real. Her skin was drawn tight, gray and cracked, as though it had been stretched over the skull and left to rot. Emma recoiled, her heart thundering in her chest. The woman on the screen moved. She tilted her head slowly, her smile never fading, her eyes never blinking. And then, in a voice like crackling leaves, the woman spoke. She is not real. This is not real. You cannot leave. Emma's blood ran cold as she swiped at the screen, trying to make the image disappear, but it stayed there, burned into the phone, into her eyes. You have to wake up. The woman's voice was soft, almost comforting. But there was no warmth in it, only the chill of something ancient. Before Emma could react, the phone died in her hand. The screen flickered out completely, leaving her in a suffocating silence. For a long moment she sat there, paralyzed. The voice, the images, the presence that surrounded her, everything was too much. And then, the wall started to move. It wasn't the floor creaking beneath her feet. It wasn't the house shifting. The walls themselves bent. She could see them groaning, stretching outward, expanding as though they were alive. No? Emma whispered, her voice trembling. The air thickened again, the temperature dropping drastically. She scrambled to her feet, her pulse racing, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She had to get out. The house was alive, and it wasn't going to let her leave. Her hands groped the walls, desperately seeking an exit, a window, any way to escape this suffocating nightmare. She felt the texture of the walls, rough, cold stone that seemed to pulse beneath her touch. Her hand brushed against something wet, and when she pulled it back, her fingers were coated in a thick, dark substance. The walls were bleeding. She stumbled back, her legs weak beneath her, and the whispering voices started again. They were more frantic now, overlapping in a cacophony that made her head spin. She is coming. It's too late. Leave. Leave while you can. Emma closed her eyes, clutching her ears in an attempt to block out the voices. She couldn't take it anymore. The house was alive, feeding off her fear, twisting her mind. But there was something else, something new. A chill gripped her heart, cold and sharp, and then she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was a cold, clammy touch that sent a jolt of fear through her entire body. She spun around, but there was nothing there. But the presence was still there, closer than before. Something watched her. She turned, instinctively searching for an exit, but every direction she looked, the walls bent in on her. The hallway stretched longer, and every door looked the same. She was trapped. And in the distance she saw movement. A figure emerged from the shadows, walking slowly toward her. It was tall, impossibly tall, with skin that shimmered like silver in the dark. Its eyes glowed, and its hands were outstretched toward her. And then it spoke. Come with me. Emma stood frozen, staring at the figure that loomed in the distance. It moved slowly, deliberately, its glowing eyes fixed on her. The words echoed in her mind. Come with me. Her instinct screamed at her to run, but her legs refused to move. The air was thick and heavy, like it was pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. The figure didn't rush. It didn't need to. Its presence alone was suffocating, as though it owned the space around her. Each step it took made the floorboards groan, a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. Emma clenched her fists, trying to ground herself. "What do you want from me?" she managed to say, her voice trembling. The figure tilted its head as if considering her question. Its eyes glowed brighter for a moment, and then it spoke again. "The truth?" The simplicity of the answer sent a shiver down her spine. The truth? What truth? She didn't know what it meant, but the weight of its words made her stomach churn. "I don't understand," she whispered. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it raised one long skeletal arm and pointed toward the end of the hallway. Emma's eyes followed the direction of its gesture, and she saw something she hadn't noticed before: a door. Unlike the others she had passed, this one was different. It was older, its wood warped and splintered as though it had been there for centuries. Strange symbols were carved into its surface, glowing faintly in the darkness. Emma's pulse quickened. She didn't want to go near that door, but she could feel its pull, an almost magnetic force drawing her toward it. "Why?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The figure didn't answer. It simply stood there, silent and unmoving, its arms still outstretched. Emma took a hesitant step forward, then another. The closer she got to the door, the colder the air became. Her breath formed small clouds in front of her, and her fingers trembled as she reached out. The symbols on the door seemed to pulse, glowing brighter as her hand neared them. She hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. "What's behind it?" she asked, not really expecting an answer. "Your answer," the figure said. Emma swallowed hard. She didn't want to open the door, but she had no choice. If she didn't, she'd be trapped in this house forever, with the whispers, the shadows, and the endless darkness. Her fingers brushed against the wood, and the symbols flared brightly before fading into nothing. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a staircase that descended into complete darkness. Emma hesitated, peering into the void. The air that wafted up from below was icy and smelled faintly of earth and decay. She turned back to look at the figure, but it was gone. Her stomach dropped. She was alone again, with no choice but to move forward. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the doorway and onto the staircase. The wood creaked under her weight, each step sounding like a gunshot in the silence. The descent felt endless. The darkness seemed to grow thicker with each step, wrapping around her like a suffocating blanket. She clutched the railing tightly, her knuckles white as she forced herself to keep moving. At the bottom of the stairs, she found herself in a long, narrow hallway. The walls were made of rough stone, damp and cold to the touch. The air was thick with the smell of mildew, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed through the space. Emma took a cautious step forward, her footsteps muffled by the damp ground. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, the faint light from above fading into nothing. And then she heard it, a sound that made her blood run cold. It was faint at first, a soft shuffling noise like something dragging across the ground. It was coming from somewhere ahead of her, growing louder with each passing second. She froze, her heart pounding. The sound stopped, and for a moment there was silence. Then a voice. "Emma?" Her name, spoken softly but unmistakably. Emma's breath caught in her throat. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling. There was no response, only the sound of shuffling footsteps, closer now. She backed away, her eyes darting around for any sign of movement. The shadows at the end of the hallway seemed to shift and writhe, as though something was lurking just out of sight. "Emma?" The voice came again, louder this time, more insistent. She turned and ran, her footsteps echoing loudly in the narrow space. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, the darkness pressing in from all sides. But no matter how far she ran, the voice followed her. "Emma, you can't escape." The words sent a jolt of fear through her, and she stumbled, falling to her knees. The ground was cold and wet beneath her hands, and the smell of earth was overwhelming. She looked up and saw another door. This one was different from the first. It was made of metal, rusted and covered in strange, intricate carvings. The symbols glowed faintly, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Emma forced herself to her feet, her legs trembling as she approached the door. The voice was louder now, echoing all around her. "Open it." Her hands shook as she reached for the door. The metal was cold under her fingers, and it groaned loudly as she pushed it open. Beyond the door was a large, circular room. The walls were covered in more of the glowing symbols, their light reflecting off the water that pooled on the floor. In the center of the room was a figure. It was hunched over, its back to her, its body wrapped in a tattered cloak. "You came," it said, its voice low and raspy. Emma took a step back, her breath catching in her throat. "Who are you?" she asked. The figure turned slowly and Emma's blood ran cold. It wasn't human. Its face was pale and featureless, its eyes black pits that seemed to suck in the light. Its mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, revealing rows of sharp yellowed teeth. "I've been waiting for you," it said, its voice echoing in the chamber. The figure's grin widened unnaturally, and Emma felt a chill run down her spine. Her instincts screamed at her to turn and run, but her feet felt glued to the floor. The room seemed to shift and stretch, the walls undulating like they were alive. "Why me?" Emma managed to choke out, her voice trembling. The creature tilted its head, the movement slow and deliberate, like it was savoring her fear. "Because you belong here," it said, its voice layered as if many voices were speaking at once. Emma's breath quickened. "No, I don't. I don't belong here. This isn't real." The figure let out a low, guttural laugh, a sound that seemed to rattle the very walls. "Oh, but it is. And you've always belonged here. You just don't remember." The words hit her like a punch to the chest. What did it mean? She struggled to piece together the fragments of her memory, but everything felt hazy, distant. "I don't understand," she said, shaking her head. The figure took a step closer, its movements slow and fluid, almost hypnotic. "You will?" As it spoke, the symbols on the walls began to glow brighter, their light pulsating in rhythm with her racing heartbeat. The water on the floor rippled, distorting the reflection of the figure until it looked even more monstrous. Emma backed away, her hands trembling. She glanced toward the door, but it was gone. The room had sealed itself, trapping her inside with the creature. "This isn't happening. This isn't happening," she muttered to herself, her voice cracking. The creature let out another laugh, a sound that seemed to fill the room, pressing down on her like a weight. "Denial won't save you. Nothing will." Emma clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She forced herself to stand tall, even though her legs felt like they might give out at any moment. "What do you want from me?" The creature paused as if considering her question. Then it extended a long bony finger toward her. "I want you to remember." "Remember what?" Emma asked, her voice rising in desperation. The creature didn't answer. Instead, it began to chant, its voice low and guttural, the words incomprehensible but filled with a dark energy that made her skin crawl. The room started to change. The symbols on the walls began to shift, their glowing lines rearranging themselves into new patterns. The water on the floor swirled, forming a vortex that seemed to pull at her feet. Emma's vision blurred and a sharp pain shot through her head. She clutched her temples, groaning as images began to flash in her mind. A house, her childhood home. Laughter echoing in the halls. Her parents smiling at her. Then the laughter turned to screams. Blood on the walls. Shadows moving where they shouldn't. Emma gasped, the memories hitting her like a tidal wave. She remembered the nights she had spent as a child, lying awake in her bed, terrified of the whispers that came from the darkness. She remembered her parents' hushed voices, their worried looks, the way they had tried to protect her from something they couldn't see. "No," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. The creature's voice grew louder, more insistent. The room seemed to pulse with energy, the walls closing in. Emma fell to her knees, the memories overwhelming her. She saw herself as a little girl, standing in the hallway of her home, staring at a door that had never been there before. She remembered opening it, stepping through, and being swallowed by darkness. She had been here before. "You remember now," the creature said, its voice dripping with satisfaction. Emma shook her head, her tears falling into the swirling water below. No, this can't be real." "It is real," the creature said. "And you've always been a part of it. This house, this place, it's you." The words sent a shiver through her. "What do you mean?" The creature gestured around the room. "This is where it all began. The shadows, the whispers, they came from you. You brought them here." Emma's breath caught in her throat. "No, that's not possible." The creature stepped closer, its glowing eyes piercing into her. "You opened the door. You let them in. And now you can't escape them." The room began to shake, the walls cracking and splintering. The water rose, swirling around her ankles, pulling at her, trying to drag her down. No? Emma screamed, fighting against the pull. The creature let out another laugh, its twisted grin growing wider. You can't run from yourself, Emma. You are the darkness. The words echoed in her mind, and she felt the cold grip of fear tighten around her heart. The water was rising faster now, pulling her down, swallowing her whole. She screamed, clawing at the air, but it was no use. The darkness closed in around her, and she felt herself being dragged deeper and deeper into the void. And then, silence. The silence was absolute, a crushing void that pressed against Emma's ears and made her heart race. She floated in the darkness, weightless and disoriented, unsure if she was falling or rising. Time seemed meaningless, as if hours, days, or even years could have passed in this suffocating abyss. Then a faint sound. A low, rhythmic thumping, steady, persistent, and eerily familiar. It grew louder, echoing in the emptiness until Emma recognized it. Her heartbeat. She gasped, her lungs burning as if she had been holding her breath for too long. The darkness around her began to shift, swirling like ink in water. Shapes formed and dissolved, fleeting and unrecognizable. Emma, a voice whispered, soft yet commanding. She turned toward the sound, though she couldn't see anything. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling. The darkness shifted again, and a figure emerged, a pale, translucent version of herself. Its eyes were empty, its face a mask of anguish and terror. "You," the figure said, its voice echoing as if spoken from a great distance. Emma stumbled back, her hands clutching at the nothingness around her. "No, this isn't real. You're not real." The figure stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate. "You cannot run from what you are. The truth is inside you." Emma shook her head violently, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "I don't understand. What truth? What are you talking about?" The figure raised a hand, pointing to a faint light that flickered in the distance. "You must remember. Only then will it end." Before Emma could respond, the light flared, blinding her. She shielded her eyes, and when she lowered her hands, she found herself standing in a room she recognized all too well. Her childhood bedroom. The walls were painted a soft yellow, the shelves lined with stuffed animals and books. Her old bed, with its pink floral comforter, sat against the wall. Everything was exactly as she remembered it, except for the oppressive silence that hung in the air. Emma's chest tightened as she took a hesitant step forward. She knew something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. The room felt off, as if it were merely a reflection of what it had once been. A soft creak behind her made her spin around. The door to her room was ajar, and beyond it, the hallway was shrouded in darkness. "Emma?" The voice was faint but unmistakable. It came from the hallway, beckoning her. Her heart pounded as she moved toward the door, her steps slow and cautious. She peered into the darkness, her eyes straining to see. "Come closer," the voice said louder now. Emma hesitated, every instinct screaming at her to stay where she was. But something pulled at her, a curiosity she couldn't ignore. She stepped into the hallway, her bare feet cold against the hardwood floor. The darkness was thick, almost tangible, but she could just make out a faint light at the end of the hall. She moved toward it, her breath shallow and uneven. As she approached the light, she saw that it was coming from another door. This one was different from the others she had seen. It was tall and ornate, its surface carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and move when she looked at them. Her hand trembled as she reached for the doorknob. The metal was icy cold, sending a shiver up her spine. She turned the knob slowly, the door creaking open to reveal a room bathed in an eerie, flickering light. Inside she saw herself. Another version of her, sitting in a chair in the center of the room. This Emma was pale and gaunt, her eyes sunken and lifeless. She stared straight ahead as if unaware of Emma's presence. "What is this?" Emma whispered, her voice barely audible. The seated figure slowly turned its head to look at her, and Emma felt a chill run down her spine. "This is what you've forgotten," the figure said, its voice hollow and emotionless. Emma took a step back, shaking her head. No, this isn't real." The figure stood, its movements unnaturally stiff. "You can't deny it anymore. You opened the door. You let them in." Emma's mind raced, fragments of memories flooding back. The strange occurrences in her childhood home. The shadows that seemed to move on their own. The whispers that had haunted her nights. And the door. She remembered the door that had appeared one night out of nowhere. She had been drawn to it, unable to resist its pull. She had opened it and her breath caught as the realization hit her. "I let them in," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. The figure nodded, its expression unreadable. "And now you must face them." The room began to change, the walls dissolving into darkness. Shadows emerged from the void, their forms shifting and writhing. They surrounded her, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. "Emma, Emma, Emma." She clutched her head, the noise overwhelming. "Stop it. Stop." The shadows closed in, their icy touch sending waves of fear through her. But as the panic threatened to consume her, she remembered the figure's words. "Face them," she whispered. Summoning every ounce of courage, she stood tall, her eyes locking onto the shadows. "I'm not afraid of you," she shouted, her voice echoing in the darkness. The shadows hesitated, their whispers faltering. The light within her began to grow, pushing back the darkness. And then, with a final, piercing scream, the shadows vanished. Emma collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down her face. The room was silent once more, the oppressive weight lifted. She looked up and saw the figure standing over her, a faint smile on its face. "You've done it," it said. "You've faced the truth." The figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the light. Emma felt a strange sense of peace wash over her as the darkness receded completely, replaced by a warm, golden glow. She was free. Story 2. Nathan stood frozen in the dimly lit hallway, staring at the front door as it swayed gently in the cold night breeze. He had locked it before going to bed. He remembered turning the bolt, testing it twice as always. Yet there it was, ajar, its rusted hinges creaking faintly with the wind. For a moment he thought he heard footsteps upstairs, soft, hurried, as if someone was pacing. But it couldn't be. Nathan was alone. At least he was supposed to be. His pulse quickened. He grabbed the nearest thing he could find, a rusty wrench from a toolbox he hadn't unpacked, and stepped cautiously toward the staircase. Each step groaned beneath his weight, the sound amplified by the eerie silence of the house. The second floor was darker than he remembered. A faint glow seeped from the crack under the door of his old bedroom. Nathan froze. That room hadn't been touched since he moved back. The bulb in the ceiling had blown out years ago, and he hadn't bothered replacing it. He swallowed hard, his throat dry, and pushed the door open slowly. The light was coming from a small desk lamp on the far side of the room, an object he didn't recognize. Beneath it sat something wrapped in brittle, yellowing newspaper. Nathan hesitated, every instinct screaming at him to leave it alone. But curiosity tugged at him. Against his better judgment, he stepped forward. The wooden floor beneath him creaked loudly, the sound echoing like a warning. He unwrapped the object carefully, the newspaper crackling under his touch. Inside was a wooden box, small but intricately carved with symbols he couldn't recognize. The carvings were deep, precise, almost ritualistic. As he turned it in his hands, he felt a faint heat emanating from its surface. The box wasn't locked, but he hesitated to open it. Something about it felt wrong. Instead, he noticed a single key taped to the underside. The key was blackened, as if it had been pulled from a fire, its surface smooth yet cold to the touch. And then it happened. The desk lamp flickered violently, the light casting strange, shifting shadows on the walls before plunging the room into darkness. Nathan stood paralyzed, clutching the box in one hand and the key in the other. A whisper broke the silence. Low, guttural, and impossibly close. "Don't let it out." Nathan spun around, heart hammering in his chest. The voice had been right next to his ear, yet the room was empty. He bolted, the wooden box slipping from his grasp and landing with a hollow thud. Back in his own room, he slammed the door shut and leaned against it, struggling to catch his breath. His fingers trembled as he set the key down on the nightstand, the blackened surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight filtering through the window. He didn't sleep that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the box, the symbols, the flickering light. And the whisper, it played over and over in his mind. The next morning, Nathan mustered the courage to return to his old bedroom. The box was gone. The desk lamp, the newspaper, even the faint scorch marks where it had sat, all of it had vanished. But something new had appeared. Taped to the mirror above the dresser was a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was jagged, uneven, as if written by a trembling hand. Read, "Don't open the basement." Nathan's stomach churned. He hadn't thought about the basement in years. It was a part of the house he avoided instinctively, though he couldn't explain why. His mother had always kept it locked, insisting it was unsafe. Now, standing in the hallway, he felt an overwhelming pull toward the locked door at the end. He tried to focus on other tasks, cleaning, organizing the cluttered living room, but the note gnawed at him. By nightfall, he could no longer resist. Grabbing his flashlight, he approached the basement door. The key to the padlock still hung on a nail beside it, untouched. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the key. The silence of the house felt oppressive, the air thick with anticipation. Finally, he unlocked the door. The sound of the turning lock echoed through the house, making him wince. Slowly, he pushed the door open. A cold, damp breeze rushed out, carrying with it the stench of mildew and rot. The staircase descended into darkness, each step covered in dust and cobwebs. Nathan turned on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom to reveal a cluttered basement filled with forgotten furniture and decaying boxes. But at the center of the room was something that didn't belong, a large wooden trunk. Its surface was scratched and battered, but it was unmistakably sealed with a chain and lock. Nathan's chest tightened as a rhythmic thumping began to echo through the basement. It was coming from the trunk. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't random. The sound was deliberate, measured, like someone, or something, was trapped inside. Against every instinct, Nathan moved closer. The blackened key from the night before was suddenly in his hand, though he couldn't remember picking it up. The thumping grew louder, more insistent as he reached the trunk. With trembling hands, he inserted the key. The lock clicked open and the chains fell away. Slowly, he lifted the lid. Inside was a mirror, its surface cracked and foggy. Nathan stared at it, his reflection barely visible. But then something shifted. It wasn't his reflection anymore. A woman's face stared back at him. Her skin was pale and gaunt, her eyes sunken and filled with rage. She pressed her skeletal hand against the glass, her lips moving soundlessly. Nathan stumbled back, dropping the lid with a loud bang. The thumping stopped, replaced by a deafening silence. And then the whisper returned, louder this time, echoing through the basement. "You shouldn't have opened it." Nathan didn't sleep. Again. He sat in his dimly lit kitchen, the flickering overhead light casting erratic shadows on the walls. His hands shook as he gripped a mug of coffee he hadn't touched. The events of the previous night looped endlessly in his mind. The box, the key, the woman in the mirror. He stared at the basement door, the padlock now lying uselessly on the counter. He couldn't bring himself to go back down there, but leaving it alone felt worse, like ignoring a wound that was festering. As dawn broke, he decided to leave the house for the first time in days. He needed answers, or at the very least, distance from the suffocating weight of his childhood home. The local library seemed as good a place as any to start. It was small and musty, tucked away on the edge of town, but Nathan remembered spending hours there as a child, poring over old books and magazines when his mother needed him out of the house. The librarian, an older woman named Mrs. Kent, greeted him with a polite but distant smile. She seemed to sense his urgency and didn't ask too many questions when he requested access to the town's historical records. "Anything specific you're looking for?" she asked, her voice soft but tinged with curiosity. "Just old records about my house. Anything you have." Mrs. Kent raised an eyebrow but nodded. "That place, huh? Haven't had anyone ask about it in a long time. Hold on, let me see what I can find." As she disappeared into the back room, Nathan's mind wandered. The house had always felt strange, even when he was a kid. His mother had refused to talk about its history, brushing off his questions with vague answers or outright dismissals. Mrs. Kent returned with a thin, dusty folder. "There's not much, but this should give you some idea. Be careful with it. Some of these papers are older than me." Nathan took the folder to a corner table and began sifting through its contents. Most of it was mundane, property records, renovation permits, but one document caught his eye. It was an old newspaper clipping, yellowed and brittle, with a headline that read, "Family disappears without a trace. Police baffled." The article was dated nearly 40 years ago. According to the report, the family who had lived in the house before Nathan's parents had vanished overnight. There were no signs of a struggle, no forced entry, no indication of where they might have gone. But it was the final line of the article that sent a chill down his spine. Authorities discovered an empty trunk in the basement. The lock had been broken, and its contents remain unknown. Nathan sat back, the clipping trembling in his hands. The trunk. It had to be the same one. But what was inside it back then? And why had the family disappeared after opening it? He flipped through the rest of the folder, finding little else of significance. Frustrated, he decided to try another approach. "Mrs. Kent," he called out, approaching the front desk. "Do you know anything about the people who lived in that house before me? Before my parents moved in?" The librarian hesitated, her expression darkening. "I only know what the rumors say," she admitted. "That house has always had stories around it. People hear things, see things. Strange things." "Like what?" Nathan pressed. Mrs. Kent shook her head. "It's not my place to say. But if you're serious about finding out more, you might want to talk to Father Donovan. He's been around longer than anyone, and he knows more about this town's history than the rest of us put together." Father Donovan. Nathan hadn't thought about the old priest in years. He used to visit the church with his mother on Sundays, back when life still felt normal. If anyone could give him answers, it was Donovan. The church was a short drive from the library, its towering steeple visible from nearly every corner of town. Nathan parked his car in the empty lot and made his way inside, the heavy wooden doors creaking as he pushed them open. The interior was quiet, the air thick with the scent of incense and aged wood. Father Donovan was kneeling near the altar, his weathered hands clasped in prayer. He looked older than Nathan remembered, his hair now completely white, but his presence was as commanding as ever. "Father," Nathan called softly. Donovan rose slowly, turning to face him. His piercing blue eyes seemed to see right through Nathan, as if he already knew why he was there. "Nathan," he said, his voice steady. "It's been a long time." Nathan nodded, unsure of how to begin. "I need your help," he finally said. Donovan gestured for him to sit in one of the pews. "Tell me what's troubling you." Nathan recounted everything: the box, the key, the trunk, the woman in the mirror. He left nothing out, watching Donovan's expression closely. The priest listened intently, his face unreadable. When Nathan finished, Donovan let out a heavy sigh. "I was hoping I'd never hear about that house again," he said. "What do you mean?" Donovan leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "That house has always been cursed, for lack of a better word. It's been passed down through generations, each family leaving under strange and often tragic circumstances." "What about the trunk?" Nathan asked. Donovan's expression grew darker. "The trunk is a doorway, Nathan. A gateway to something far beyond our understanding. Whatever is inside it doesn't belong in this world, and every time it's opened, something terrible happens." Nathan's stomach churned. "But why? Who put it there?" "No one knows for certain," Donovan admitted. "Some say it's been there since the house was built, others believe it was brought in later. What matters is that it must never be opened again." Nathan clenched his fists. "It's too late. I already opened it." The priest's eyes widened, his face pale. "Then you must leave that house. Now, do not return, Nathan. Whatever has been unleashed will not rest until it consumes everything." "But I can't just leave," Nathan protested. "This is my family's home. There has to be a way to stop it." Donovan hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. "There is one possibility, but it's dangerous. More dangerous than you can imagine." "I'll do whatever it takes," Nathan said firmly. Donovan rose, his movements deliberate. "Meet me here tomorrow night. There are things I need to prepare." Nathan left the church feeling a mix of dread and determination. He didn't know what Donovan had in mind, but he was willing to risk anything to rid himself of the darkness that had taken hold of his life. That night, back in the house, the atmosphere felt heavier than ever. Shadows seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally, and the faint sound of whispers echoed from the walls. As Nathan lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, he thought he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he froze. The mirror on his dresser was fogging up, despite the room being cold. Slowly, letters began to appear, written as if by an invisible hand. "She's watching." Nathan bolted upright, his heart hammering against his ribs. The message on the mirror glared back at him, the letters shimmering faintly before beginning to fade. "She's watching." The air in the room grew colder, so icy it burned his skin. Nathan grabbed the edge of his blanket, clutching it tightly as his eyes darted around the darkened room. He wanted to scream, to run, but his legs felt anchored to the bed. And then the whisper returned. Soft at first, barely audible, it swirled around him like a faint breeze. "Nathan?" His name, drawn out like a taunt, sent a shiver coursing down his spine. He scrambled to his feet, fumbling for the light switch. His trembling fingers finally found it, and the room was flooded with pale yellow light. There was nothing there. But the mirror, something had changed. The fogged glass was now clear, revealing not Nathan's reflection, but a different scene entirely. He stared in disbelief as the image of the basement appeared in the mirror, dimly lit and shrouded in shadows. In the center of the room stood the trunk, its lid slightly ajar. Nathan's breath caught in his throat as a figure emerged from the shadows, slowly approaching the trunk. It was a woman, her movements deliberate and unnaturally fluid. Her face was obscured by her long, tangled hair, and her body was draped in a tattered white dress that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in decades. She stopped in front of the trunk, her head tilting unnaturally to one side as though she were listening for something. Then she turned. Her face came into view and Nathan's stomach lurched. It was the same woman he had seen in the mirror the night before. Her hollow eyes locked onto his as though she could see him through the glass. "Nathan?" This time the whisper was louder, more forceful. It wasn't coming from the room, it was coming from her. He stumbled back, knocking over the lamp on his nightstand. The sound broke the spell, and the mirror returned to normal, showing only his pale, terrified reflection. Nathan didn't waste another second. He grabbed his car keys and bolted out of the house, the cold night air stinging his face as he fumbled to unlock his car door. As he sped away, his mind raced. The priest had been right. The trunk wasn't just an object. It was something much darker, something alive. And whatever he had unleashed was now fixated on him. Nathan spent the night parked outside a gas station, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. He didn't sleep. Every noise, every shadow sent his heart racing. By the time the sun rose, he felt like a husk of himself, drained and hollow. But he knew he couldn't hide forever. He had to meet Father Donovan. The church was eerily quiet when Nathan arrived, the morning light filtering through the stained glass windows and casting colorful patterns on the floor. Father Donovan was waiting for him near the altar, his expression grim. "You look terrible," the priest said bluntly. "Thanks," Nathan muttered, sinking into a pew. "I didn't exactly sleep well." Donovan nodded, his face etched with concern. "Did anything happen?" Nathan hesitated, then told him about the message on the mirror and the woman he had seen. Donovan listened without interrupting, his frown deepening with every word. "You've done more than open the trunk," Donovan said once Nathan had finished. "You've invited her into your life. She's bound to you now, Nathan. And she won't stop until she gets what she wants." "And what does she want?" Nathan asked, his voice trembling. "To escape," Donovan replied. "To fully cross into our world." The trunk was keeping her trapped, but now that it's open, the barrier between her world and ours is weakening. Nathan felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead. "Then how do I stop her?" "There's only one way," Donovan said. "You have to perform a ritual to seal the trunk and banish her back to where she came from." "A ritual?" Nathan repeated, his skepticism clear. The priest nodded. "It's dangerous and requires absolute precision. One mistake and you could end up making things worse." Nathan clenched his fists. "I don't have a choice, do I?" "No," Donovan said firmly. "You don't?" He retrieved an old leather-bound book from a nearby table and handed it to Nathan. The pages were filled with strange symbols and text written in a language Nathan couldn't recognize. "This contains the instructions for the ritual," Donovan explained. "You'll need to gather certain items: salt, candles, an iron blade, and something personal from the woman in the mirror. Something that ties her to this world." Nathan's stomach churned. "How am I supposed to find that?" "She'll show you," Donovan said. "But be careful. The closer you get to her, the stronger she'll become." That night, Nathan returned to the house, clutching the book like a lifeline. The air inside felt heavier than before, each step he took echoing unnaturally through the empty halls. He began gathering the items for the ritual, his hands shaking as he lit the candles and poured a circle of salt around the trunk in the basement. The book lay open on the floor, its ancient text glowing faintly in the candlelight. All that was left was the personal item. Nathan's mind raced as he tried to think of what it could be. A memory surfaced. His mother, standing at the top of the basement stairs, clutching something tightly in her hands. She had always seemed so afraid of the basement, always warning him to stay away. The attic. Nathan climbed the narrow staircase to the attic, the old wood groaning beneath his weight. The air was thick with dust, and the dim light from his flashlight barely illuminated the cluttered space. He searched frantically, pushing aside boxes and old furniture, until he found a small locked chest tucked into a corner. The lock was rusted but gave way with a few forceful tugs. Inside was a bundle of faded letters and a photograph. The letters were addressed to his mother, but the handwriting wasn't hers. Nathan unfolded one and began to read, his heart sinking with every word. They were love letters written by a woman named Clara, the same name scrawled on the back of the photograph. The picture showed a young woman with long hair and a soft smile, her eyes full of life. It was her, the woman in the mirror. The realization hit Nathan like a punch to the gut. His mother had known her, had hidden these letters and this photograph, perhaps out of fear or guilt. Nathan took the photograph and descended the stairs, his legs feeling like lead. Back in the basement, the air grew colder as he approached the trunk. The candles flickered violently, and the whisper returned, louder and more insistent. "Nathan, give it to me." He placed the photograph in the center of the salt circle, his heart pounding as he began to recite the incantation from the book. The words felt foreign and heavy on his tongue, each syllable resonating in the air like a bell. The room grew darker, the shadows closing in around him. The trunk began to shake violently, the chains rattling like they were about to snap. And then she appeared. Clara stood just outside the salt circle, her eyes blazing with anger. Her mouth moved soundlessly, her hands clawing at the invisible barrier keeping her at bay. Nathan's voice wavered, but he forced himself to continue the chant. The light from the candles grew brighter, searing the shadows away. With a final guttural scream, Clara lunged at him, but the circle held. She dissolved into a swirling mass of smoke and light, which was pulled violently into the trunk. The lid slammed shut and the room fell silent. Nathan collapsed to the floor, his body trembling. It was over, or so he thought. Nathan sat in the basement, staring at the trunk in stunned silence. The air around him felt different, lighter almost, but a gnawing doubt lingered in the back of his mind. Was it truly over? The photograph, now singed around the edges, lay within the salt circle. The room was eerily quiet, as if holding its breath. Nathan exhaled slowly, his heart still racing from the confrontation with Clara. He forced himself to his feet, his muscles aching from the tension. Carefully, he began cleaning up the remnants of the ritual, extinguishing the candles and sweeping the salt into a small pile. But as he reached for the photograph, a faint noise stopped him. A tap. Soft, rhythmic, and deliberate. It came from the trunk. Nathan froze, his hand hovering inches above the photograph. The tapping continued, growing louder and more insistent, like someone knocking from the inside. "No," he whispered to himself, shaking his head. "This can't be happening." The trunk rattled violently, the chains straining against their locks. Nathan stumbled backward, clutching the book tightly to his chest. The tapping turned into pounding, the sound echoing off the basement walls. And then all at once it stopped. The silence was deafening. Nathan stared at the trunk, his breathing shallow. For a moment nothing happened. But as he turned to leave, a voice cut through the stillness. "You can't keep me here, Nathan." It wasn't a whisper this time, it was loud, clear, and filled with venom. Nathan spun around, his eyes wide with terror. The trunk sat motionless, but the voice continued, echoing in his head. "You think you've won? You think this is over?" Nathan clutched his head, trying to block out the sound, but it was relentless. The voice was no longer coming from the trunk. It was inside him, crawling into the darkest corners of his mind. "You'll never be free of me." "No," Nathan shouted, his voice cracking. "You're lying. I sealed you away." The voice laughed, a cold, hollow sound that made his skin crawl. "You only delayed the inevitable. You don't understand what you've done." Before Nathan could respond, the basement lights flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. He fumbled for his flashlight, his fingers trembling as he clicked it on. The beam of light swept across the room, illuminating the damp walls and the old, rusted pipes. But when it landed on the trunk, Nathan's blood ran cold. The lid was open. Nathan bolted up the stairs, his heart pounding in his chest. He slammed the basement door shut behind him and locked it, as if that could stop whatever was coming. He grabbed his phone and dialed Father Donovan's number with shaking hands. It rang once, twice, 3 times before the priest's voice answered. "Nathan? What's wrong?" "It's not over," Nathan blurted out, his voice filled with panic. "The trunk, it opened again. She's still here." There was a pause on the other end of the line, and Nathan could hear the tension in Donovan's voice when he finally spoke. "Stay where you are. I'll be there as soon as I can." The line went dead, leaving Nathan alone with his fear. He paced the living room, his mind racing. How could this be happening? He had followed the ritual exactly as the book had instructed. Clara should have been banished. As the minutes dragged on, the house seemed to come alive with unsettling sounds. The creak of floorboards, the faint rustle of curtains, the distant sound of footsteps that seemed to come from nowhere. Nathan tried to convince himself it was just his imagination, but deep down he knew better. She was still here. By the time Father Donovan arrived, Nathan was a wreck. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "She's still here," Nathan said as he let Donovan in. "I don't know what went wrong. The trunk opened and now she's..." He trailed off, unable to find the words. Donovan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Take me to the basement." Nathan hesitated but nodded, leading the priest down the stairs. The basement felt even colder than before, and the trunk sat ominously in the center of the room. Donovan approached it cautiously, his expression unreadable. "Did you touch it after the ritual?" he asked. "No," Nathan replied. "I cleaned up the salt and the candles, but I didn't touch the trunk. I swear." Donovan frowned, examining the chains and locks. "This shouldn't have happened. The ritual should have held her." "What does that mean?" Nathan asked, his voice tinged with desperation. "What do we do now?" Donovan didn't answer immediately. He opened the book Nathan had used and began flipping through its pages, muttering under his breath. "This isn't the full text," he said after a moment. "It's a fragment. The original ritual is much longer, much more complex. Without the full version, the seal isn't permanent." Nathan felt a wave of despair wash over him. "So what do we do? Where do we find the full version?" Donovan's expression darkened. "There's only one place that might have it. The Order of St. Veridicus. They're an ancient sect that specializes in these kinds of entities. But reaching them won't be easy." Nathan groaned, running a hand through his hair. "I don't care how hard it is. If they can help, then we have to go." Donovan nodded, but his face was grim. "We'll need to act quickly. The longer Clara remains unbound, the stronger she'll become. And if she escapes the house..." He didn't finish the sentence, but Nathan understood the implication. That night, Nathan and Donovan prepared to leave for the monastery where the Order of St. Veridicus was said to reside. It was located deep in the mountains, a place shrouded in secrecy and difficult to access. As they packed supplies, the house seemed to grow more restless. The whispers returned, louder and more frequent, and shadows moved where no light should have cast them. Nathan tried to ignore them, focusing on the task at hand, but the tension was unbearable. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside made him jump. Just as they were about to leave, the power went out, plunging the house into darkness. "Stay close to me," Donovan said, his voice steady despite the situation. Nathan grabbed a flashlight, the beam cutting through the inky blackness. They made their way to the front door, but before they could open it, the whispers converged into a single, chilling voice. "You can't run from me, Nathan." The door slammed shut on its own, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Nathan's breath came out in visible puffs as he turned to face the darkness behind them. And there she was. Clara stood at the end of the hallway, her figure barely illuminated by the faint glow of the flashlight. Her eyes burned with fury, and her twisted smile sent a jolt of terror through Nathan's chest. "You think you can leave?" she hissed. "You belong to me now." Donovan stepped forward, holding up a small vial of holy water. "Stay back," he commanded, his voice firm. Clara laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally. "You think that will stop me? You don't understand what I am." The lights flickered, and Clara lunged toward them, her movements impossibly fast. Nathan barely had time to react as Donovan threw the holy water, creating a barrier that forced her to retreat. "Go," Donovan shouted, shoving Nathan toward the door. Nathan didn't need to be told twice. He unlocked the door and bolted outside, Donovan close behind him. They ran to the car, the engine roaring to life as Nathan floored the gas pedal. In the rearview mirror, He could see Clara standing in the doorway, her form flickering like a dying flame. Her scream followed them as they sped away, a sound that would haunt Nathan for the rest of his life. The road ahead was pitch black, illuminated only by the car's weak headlights. The trees lining the narrow path loomed like silent sentinels, their branches clawing at the night sky. Nathan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white, while Donovan sat in the passenger seat, clutching his rosary. Neither of them spoke for several minutes, the only sound the hum of the engine and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Finally, Nathan broke the silence. "Do you think she can follow us?" Donovan hesitated before answering. "She's bound to the house, for now. But the longer we take, the more powerful she'll become. If she finds a way to extend her influence." He didn't finish the thought, but Nathan understood. Clara wasn't just a spirit, she was something much darker, much older. And if she escaped the confines of the house, there would be no stopping her. The GPS directed them onto a winding mountain road, the incline steep and treacherous. Nathan's nerves were frayed, every shadow on the roadside sending a jolt of panic through him. "What do we know about this order?" Nathan asked, trying to distract himself. "They're ancient," Donovan said, his voice steady. "Founded centuries ago to combat entities like Clara. Their archives contain knowledge that's been lost to the rest of the world. And they'll help us? If they believe the threat is real, yes," Donovan replied. "But they're selective. They don't take outsiders lightly." Nathan clenched his jaw. They didn't have time for skepticism or bureaucracy. Clara was growing stronger with every passing moment, and the thought of her reaching beyond the house sent a shiver down his spine. As they climbed higher into the mountains, the air grew colder and thinner. The GPS signal flickered and then disappeared entirely, leaving them to rely on Donovan's handwritten directions. "We're close," Donovan said, squinting at the map. "The monastery should be just ahead." Nathan nodded, his eyes scanning the road for any sign of the Order's sanctuary. But instead of relief, he felt a growing unease. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, the kind of silence that made his skin crawl. The car rounded a bend, and suddenly the road ended, replaced by a narrow, gravel path. In the distance, barely visible through the fog, was a towering stone structure. "That's it," Donovan said, pointing. Nathan parked the car at the edge of the path, and the two men stepped out into the frigid night. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it a faint, eerie whisper that sent chills down Nathan's spine. "Let's go," Donovan said, leading the way. The monastery loomed larger as they approached, its walls weathered and cracked with age. The heavy wooden doors were carved with intricate symbols, some of which Nathan recognized from the book he had used. Donovan knocked 3 times, the sound echoing through the still night. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the door creaked open, revealing a tall, hooded figure holding a lantern. "Father Donovan," the figure said, his voice deep and resonant. "We've been expecting you." Nathan exchanged a glance with Donovan, who looked equally surprised. The hooded man stepped aside, motioning for them to enter. The interior of the monastery was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of burning incense. Candles lined the walls, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the stone. "This way," the man said, leading them down a long corridor. They were ushered into a small chamber where several robed figures sat around a circular table. At its center was an ancient, leather-bound book that radiated an aura of foreboding. The leader of the group, an older man with piercing blue eyes, stood and addressed them. "You bring with you a great evil," he said, his gaze fixed on Nathan. Nathan nodded, swallowing hard. She's something beyond my understanding. We thought we could seal her, but it didn't work." The leader's eyes narrowed. "You attempted a ritual from an incomplete text. That was your first mistake." "We didn't have a choice," Donovan interjected. "She was growing stronger by the day. We had to do something." The man sighed, his expression grave. "The entity you speak of is not just a restless spirit. She is a wraith, a being born of pure malice, bound to this world by a powerful curse. Such entities cannot be banished easily." Nathan felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. "Then how do we stop her?" The leader gestured to the book on the table. "The full ritual is contained here, but it is not without risk. To banish a wraith of this magnitude, one must confront her directly in her domain." Nathan's blood ran cold. "Her domain? You mean the house?" "No," the leader said. "The house is merely a conduit. Her true domain lies within the veil, the space between the living and the dead. To banish her, you must enter it. The room fell silent, the weight of the revelation pressing down on Nathan like a lead weight. How do we enter the veil? Donovan asked, his voice steady. The leader opened the book, flipping through its pages until he found the one he was looking for. He turned it to face them, revealing a complex diagram surrounded by ancient symbols. This is the gateway, he explained. It can be opened using a combination of sacred relics and the wraiths tethered to this world. In this case, the photograph. Nathan stared at the diagram, his mind racing. The thought of facing Clara again, especially in her true form, was almost too much to bear. What happens if we fail? He asked quietly. The leader's expression darkened. If you fail, she will break free from the veil and unleash her wrath upon this world. The consequences would be catastrophic. Nathan took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He had no choice. Clara had to be stopped, no matter the cost. When do we start? He asked. The leader nodded, a hint of respect in his eyes. At dawn. Rest now while you can. You'll need your strength. Nathan and Donovan were shown to a small room with 2 simple cots. Nathan lay down, staring at the ceiling as his mind raced. The whispers were gone, but the memory of Clara's voice lingered, haunting him. Do you think we can do this? Nathan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Donovan hesitated before answering. We have to. Nathan nodded, but sleep eluded him. As the hours passed, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into something far more dangerous than they could imagine. And deep down, he knew Clara was waiting for him. The first rays of dawn barely pierced the heavy mist clinging to the monastery as Nathan and Donovan stood in the courtyard, waiting for the ritual to begin. The chill in the air was biting, but the cold was nothing compared to the icy dread pooling in Nathan's stomach. The leader of the order, whom they now knew as Father Elias, approached them carrying a weathered wooden chest. Behind him were 2 other robed figures, each holding a relic that radiated an almost palpable energy. One carried an intricately carved dagger, its blade shimmering faintly in the light. The other held a small vial of liquid, glowing faintly blue. These are the tools you'll need to confront the wraith, Father Elias said, his voice steady. The dagger is for protection. It can wound her, but only in the veil. The vial contains sanctified water. Use it to weaken her tether to this world. Nathan reached out to take the dagger, feeling its cold weight in his hand. It was heavier than he'd expected, and the intricate carvings on the hilt seemed to shift under his fingers. Where's the gateway? Donovan asked, his tone laced with urgency. Father Elias gestured to the center of the courtyard, where a circle had been etched into the ground with strange, glowing symbols. The gateway will open here. But be warned, once you enter the veil, you'll have limited time. The longer you stay, the harder it will be to return. Nathan nodded, his throat dry. And what happens if we don't return? Father Elias's expression was grim. Then you'll remain in the veil, forever at the mercy of the wraith and the other entities that dwell there. Nathan's heart pounded as he glanced at Donovan. The older man gave him a reassuring nod, but even he looked pale and uncertain. The ritual began with a low chant, the voices of the monks rising and falling in a haunting melody. Nathan stood in the circle, clutching the dagger in one hand and the photograph of Clara in the other. The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen energy that made his skin prickle. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to glow, the symbols on the circle flaring to life. The mist swirled around them, thickening into an opaque wall that blocked out the rising sun. Nathan felt the pull of the gateway, an almost magnetic force drawing him forward. Step through, Father Elias instructed, his voice barely audible over the chanting. Nathan swallowed hard and took a step, his foot crossing the boundary of the circle. The world around him seemed to twist and shatter like glass, and for a brief, terrifying moment, he was plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the monastery. The veil was a place of nightmares, a shifting, surreal landscape that defied logic. The ground beneath Nathan's feet was solid yet unsteady, like standing on the surface of a deep lake. The sky above was a swirling mass of gray and black, streaked with flashes of crimson lightning. Donovan appeared beside him, his face pale but determined. "Stay close," he said, his voice echoing strangely in the empty expanse. The photograph in Nathan's hand began to glow faintly, guiding them like a compass. They followed its pull, stepping cautiously through the alien terrain. The air was thick with whispers, faint and unintelligible but laced with malice. "Do you hear that?" Nathan asked, his voice trembling. Donovan nodded. "Ignore it. They're trying to distract us." The path ahead twisted and turned, narrowing until it felt like they were walking a tightrope over an endless abyss. Nathan's grip on the dagger tightened as he caught glimpses of movement in the shadows, shapes that seemed to watch them from a distance. Suddenly, the photograph flared brightly, and the air around them grew colder. Nathan stopped in his tracks, his breath visible in the freezing air. "She's close," Donovan said, his voice low. The ground beneath them cracked and shifted, and from the shadows emerged Clara. But this was not the Clara Nathan had seen in the house. Her form was twisted and monstrous, her once beautiful face contorted into a mask of rage. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and her movements were jerky and inhuman. "You shouldn't have come here," she hissed, her voice a chilling echo that seemed to come from all directions. Nathan raised the dagger, his hands shaking. "We're here to end this, Clara. You've caused enough pain." She laughed, a sound that sent a wave of nausea through him. "You think you can stop me? You don't even understand what I am." The ground beneath them trembled as Clara advanced, her presence filling the space with an oppressive weight. Nathan and Donovan stood their ground, the dagger and the vial their only means of defense. "Now?" Donovan shouted, tossing the vial to Nathan. Nathan caught it and threw it at Clara, the glass shattering against her form. The sanctified water hissed and steamed, and Clara let out an ear-piercing scream. For a moment, her form flickered, and Nathan saw glimpses of the woman she once was, a young bride full of hope and love. But the vision was fleeting, replaced by the vengeful wraith. "You'll pay for that," she snarled, lunging at them. Nathan slashed with the dagger, the blade cutting through Clara's spectral form. She recoiled, her movements erratic as if the attack had disrupted her connection to the veil. But she was far from defeated. The shadows around them began to writhe and converge, taking on shapes that were neither human nor animal. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and Nathan felt his resolve faltering. "We need to find her tether," Donovan shouted over the chaos. Nathan glanced at the photograph, which was now glowing brightly in his pocket. He pulled it out, and Clara's reaction was immediate. She let out a guttural scream and lunged for it, her twisted form moving faster than he could have anticipated. Nathan stumbled backward, clutching the photograph to his chest. "This is it," he realized. "This is what's keeping her here. Destroy it," Donovan yelled. Nathan hesitated, his mind racing. The photograph was all that remained of Clara's human life, the last piece of her before she became this thing. But he knew what he had to do. With trembling hands, he held the photograph over the dagger's blade and began to tear it in half. Clara let out a blood-curdling scream, her form flickering violently as the veil itself seemed to react. "You think this will save you?" she spat, her voice filled with venom. "You've only begun to understand the darkness." As the photograph tore completely, Clara's form exploded into a burst of shadow and light, and the veil began to collapse around them. Nathan and Donovan ran, the ground beneath them crumbling into nothingness. The whispers turned to deafening roars, and the path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly. "Keep going," Donovan shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Nathan pushed forward, his legs burning as he sprinted toward the faint glow of the gateway. Behind them, the shadows surged, desperate to drag them back. With a final burst of energy, they leapt through the portal just as it closed behind them. They landed in the monastery courtyard, gasping for breath. The monks surrounded them, their faces filled with relief. "It's done," Father Elias said, helping them to their feet. Nathan looked at the dagger in his hand, now dull and lifeless. He had done it. Clara was gone. But as he looked at Donovan, he saw the fear in his friend's eyes. They both knew this was far from over. The silence in the monastery courtyard was almost deafening. Nathan sat on the cold stone steps, staring at the dagger lying in front of him. It was dull now, lifeless, as if the energy it once carried had drained away the moment Clara was destroyed. Donovan stood nearby, pacing, his expression grim. "You felt it too, didn't you?" Donovan finally said, breaking the silence. Nathan looked up, his face pale and drawn. "What?" "That surge," Donovan said, stopping to face him. When the portal closed, it wasn't just Clara that was severed. Something else, something bigger was left behind. Nathan's stomach twisted. The weight of Donovan's words pressed heavily on him, but he didn't respond. He didn't need to. Deep down, he knew Donovan was right. Father Elias joined them a few moments later, carrying a thick, ancient-looking tome. He placed it on a nearby table and opened it, flipping through its fragile, yellowed pages. "The ritual worked," he said, his tone cautious. "Clara's spirit has been banished, and her tether to this world is destroyed. But," he paused, his eyes scanning the text. "But what?" Nathan pressed, his voice tight. Father Elias sighed, closing the book. "The veil is not just a boundary. It's a prison, a barrier that keeps things on the other side from crossing into our world. When you open the portal, even for a moment, it's possible that something else slipped through." Nathan felt a chill run down his spine. "You mean something worse than Clara?" Elias nodded solemnly. "The veil is home to countless entities, many of them far older and more powerful than Clara. If one of them managed to escape..." He trailed off, the implications hanging heavy in the air. Donovan ran a hand through his hair, his frustration evident. "Why didn't you tell us this before? You sent us in there without warning us about the risks." "I didn't know," Elias admitted, his voice tinged with regret. "The veil is unpredictable. Every time we open it, we take a risk. But this is unprecedented." Nathan stood, his fists clenched. "So what now? How do we find out what came through? And more importantly, how do we stop it?" Elias looked at them both, his expression grim. "We start by finding the signs. Whatever crossed over will leave a trail, disturbances, deaths, strange occurrences. We need to follow them before it gains strength." Their search began that very night. Armed with the dagger and a renewed sense of dread, Nathan and Donovan left the monastery under Elias's guidance. He provided them with a map marked with areas known for supernatural activity, places where the veil was particularly thin. They started with the closest location, a small, abandoned village deep in the woods. The journey there was harrowing, the dense forest pressing in on them from all sides. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and every rustle of leaves set Nathan's nerves on edge. When they arrived, the village was eerily silent. The houses were little more than crumbling ruins, their windows shattered and their doors hanging loosely on rusted hinges. A cold wind blew through the empty streets, carrying with it a faint, unsettling hum. "This place has seen better days," Donovan muttered, his voice low. Nathan nodded, gripping the dagger tightly. "Let's split up. Cover more ground." Donovan hesitated but eventually agreed. "Stay in sight," he warned. Nathan moved cautiously through the village, his every step echoing loudly in the stillness. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, though every time he turned around, he saw nothing but shadows. Then he heard it, a faint whisper just on the edge of hearing. It was indistinct at first, but as he moved closer, it grew louder, more insistent. The sound led him to the village square, where an old well stood at its center. Peering into the darkness, he felt a cold gust of air rise from the depths. The whispering grew louder, almost deafening, and he realized it wasn't just one voice. It was many, overlapping and discordant. "Donovan," he called, his voice trembling. Within moments, Donovan was at his side, his face pale. "What is it?" Nathan pointed to the well. "Something's down there." They lowered a lantern into the well, its dim light barely illuminating the slimy stone walls. The whisper stopped abruptly, replaced by a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down their spines. Before they could react, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Nathan stumbled back as a dark, shadowy form began to rise from the well. It was amorphous at first, shifting and swirling like smoke, but it soon solidified into a towering humanoid shape. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow, and its elongated fingers ended in sharp, claw-like points. It radiated an aura of pure malevolence, and Nathan felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. "You've made a mistake," the creature hissed, its voice like nails on a chalkboard. Donovan raised the dagger, his hand steady despite the fear etched on his face. "What are you?" he demanded. The creature let out a chilling laugh. "I am what was imprisoned. And now, thanks to you, I am free." It lunged at them with inhuman speed, and Donovan barely managed to block its attack with the dagger. The blade emitted a faint glow as it made contact, causing the creature to recoil with a snarl. "Run!" Donovan shouted, grabbing Nathan by the arm. They fled the village, the creature's roars echoing behind them. It didn't pursue, but its presence lingered, a heavy weight pressing down on them even as they reached the safety of the forest. Nathan collapsed against a tree, his chest heaving. What the hell was that thing? Donovan shook his head, his expression grim. Something ancient. Something we're not prepared to face. Nathan looked at the dagger, its glow fading once more. We need to go back to Elias. If we're going to stop this thing, we'll need more than just this. Donovan nodded, his jaw set. Agreed. But we need to move fast. That thing is out there, and it won't stop until it gets what it wants. As they made their way back to the monastery, Nathan couldn't shake the feeling that their fight was only just beginning. The monastery felt suffocating when Nathan and Donovan returned, their breaths ragged and their faces grim. Father Elias was waiting for them in the main hall, his hands clasped tightly in front of him, his gaze unreadable. As they entered, he didn't speak immediately, but his eyes flickered to the dagger in Donovan's hand. Well? Elias asked after a long pause. What did you find? Nathan's mouth was dry, his throat tight as he struggled to find the words. Finally he spoke. We found it. The creature. It's free. Elias's expression didn't change, but Nathan could see the subtle tension in his features. And what exactly is this creature? Donovan shook his head. We don't know. It came from the well in the village, and it's unlike anything we've encountered before. It's ancient, malevolent. Elias took a deep breath, his eyes hardening as if bracing himself. Then it's worse than I thought. Nathan glanced at Donovan, confusion flickering between them. Worse than what? Elias hesitated before walking to the far side of the room, where a large, dusty chest stood against the wall. He opened it, revealing an assortment of old relics and scrolls. He dug through the items until he pulled out a blackened, leather-bound book. It looked ancient, the pages yellowed with age and the cover etched with cryptic symbols. This, Elias said, holding it out to them, is the Codex of the Bound Ones. It contains everything we know about the entities trapped in the veil. Nathan took the book from Elias, its weight heavy in his hands. The moment his fingers brushed the cover, a cold sensation ran up his arm, and a voice whispered, faint but unmistakable, "You shouldn't have come." He dropped the book as if it burned him, stepping back quickly. "Stay away from it," Elias warned, his face tight with urgency. "It's not just a book. It's a record of everything that has been trapped in the veil over centuries. And what you've unleashed." Nathan swallowed, his heart racing. "What did we unleash?" Elias looked at them both, his eyes haunted. "The creature you encountered is known as the Harbinger. It was once a mortal, but its obsession with power led it to make a deal with the entities of the veil. It sought to transcend its human form and become something more." Donovan's voice was low, almost a whisper. "It succeeded?" Elias nodded gravely. "Yes. The Harbinger was one of the first to breach the boundary between worlds. It was banished by a group of ancient monks centuries ago, but it seems that its return was inevitable. It's not just a threat to this world, but to everything that exists. The veil is breaking down, and the things trapped inside are starting to claw their way out." As the weight of Elias's words settled in, Nathan felt a cold knot form in his stomach. The world around him seemed to shift slightly, as if the very air had grown denser, darker. "So what do we do now?" he asked. Elias turned to the table, picking up a small pendant with an unfamiliar symbol carved into it. "We need to find the Harbinger's weakness. It's tied to the very fabric of the veil, and only by severing its connection to that world can we truly destroy it." He held out the pendant to Nathan. "This will help you. It's a key of sorts to locating the Harbinger's source. The book has instructions on how to use it, but you must be careful. The pendant will lead you to the heart of the veil, but it will also draw the Harbinger to you." Nathan took the pendant, feeling its strange warmth seep into his skin. He couldn't help but feel the weight of its significance, a reminder that the danger wasn't just a distant threat, it was very real and it was closing in. "We need to act fast," Donovan said, his tone sharp. "The longer we wait, the stronger the Harbinger will become." Elias nodded. "I agree. The veil is unstable now, and with each passing day, more entities will find their way through. The balance is collapsing. You don't have much time." The next few hours were a blur of preparation. Elias gave them everything he could: rituals, protective charms, anything that might give them an edge. But even with all the knowledge and tools, Nathan couldn't shake the sense that they were walking into something far darker than they could imagine. The weight of the pendant around his neck felt like a constant reminder of the danger they were facing. It seemed to pulse with an energy that made his skin crawl. When the time came, they left the monastery once more, heading into the unknown. Their destination was another of the places marked on the map, a place that seemed to be at the very epicenter of the disturbance. As they walked through the forest, the air grew colder, and a faint mist began to rise from the ground. It twisted and writhed like it was alive. The deeper they went, the more unnatural the world around them felt. The trees seemed to bend in odd ways, and the sky above was obscured by a heavy fog that made everything look distorted. Nathan felt a growing unease. This place, it was wrong. The air was thick with something malevolent, something ancient. And he knew that whatever was out there, it wasn't just the harbinger they had to worry about. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, where a massive stone archway stood, half hidden by the mist. The arch seemed to pulse with energy, and Nathan could hear whispers coming from within, distorted and unintelligible. "This is it," Elias said softly, his voice barely audible. "The entrance to the veil." Nathan swallowed hard, his nerves tightening. "Are we ready for this?" Donovan didn't answer. He just stepped forward, the dagger in his hand, the pendant hanging heavily around Nathan's neck. They had no choice. The archway before them seemed to breathe, an unnatural pulse reverberating through the air. The whispers growing louder now, like 1,000 voices fighting to break through. Nathan's heart hammered in his chest as he felt the cold mist swirl around his feet, creeping up his legs as though it were trying to pull him down. His breath formed little clouds in the air, and yet it wasn't cold. Not in the usual sense. It was the kind of cold that gnawed at your bones, the kind that seeped into your very soul. Donovan moved ahead, the dagger clenched tightly in his hand, its blade glowing faintly as it cut through the fog. He looked back at Nathan and Elias, his face set in grim determination. "This is it. We stepped through and there's no turning back. Are you ready?" Nathan couldn't speak, not with the sense of dread settling over him like a heavy, suffocating blanket. His eyes flicked to Elias, who was standing back, his face unreadable. "You've prepared us as best you can, Elias," Nathan said, his voice hoarse. "But if this is what we're up against, we might not make it out." Elias didn't flinch, but his gaze softened for a brief moment, the weight of their mission finally catching up to him. "I know the risks, but if the Harbinger is allowed to roam free, if it isn't stopped here, there may be no world to return to." That was enough to push Nathan forward. Whatever they were about to face, whatever waited for them beyond that arch, was something they had to confront. Stepping forward, Nathan felt the air shift. The instant he crossed the threshold of the archway, it was as if reality itself had changed. The world around them twisted, and the landscape became a dark, corrupted version of everything he knew. The sky above was a sickly shade of red, swirling with clouds that looked as though they were constantly churning. The ground beneath their feet was cracked, as though it had been scorched by some unnatural fire, and the very air hummed with a deep, low vibration that set his teeth on edge. "Stay close," Donovan said quietly, his voice strained. "The veil isn't stable here. Anything could happen." They moved cautiously through the twisted landscape, the weight of the pendant growing heavier with each step. Nathan felt a pull, as if the world itself was trying to drag him further in, deeper into the chaos. And though he didn't know how, he could feel it. The Harbinger was near. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled. Nathan stumbled, his hand shooting out to grab Donovan's arm for support. The air around them flickered, as though something was glitching in and out of reality, and for a moment, Nathan thought he saw shadows moving among the cracks in the earth. Then they appeared. From the shadows they came, figures humanoid but twisted, their forms shifting and undulating like liquid shadows. Their eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, their bodies long and gaunt, draped in tattered remnants of some forgotten time. They were like wraiths, only darker, more sinister. Nathan's heart raced as he instinctively raised his hand, gripping the dagger tightly. Donovan stood beside him, ready to fight, but the creatures did not attack. Instead, they circled them slowly, their hollow eyes fixed on the three of them with an unsettling intensity. "What are they?" Nathan whispered, his voice trembling with fear. "They're the lost ones," Elias murmured, keeping his voice low. "Souls trapped in the veil. They've been here for so long that they've forgotten who they once were. Can we get rid of them?" Donovan asked, his voice steady but his hand tight on the hilt of his blade. Elias didn't answer at first. He was watching the figures closely, his expression grim. "Not without great cost. These are the remnants of those who came before. If we try to banish them now, it could alert the Harbinger. It could draw its attention to us." Nathan took a deep breath. The air was thick, suffocating, and his head felt like it was spinning. These creatures, these lost souls, were the least of his worries. Whatever the Harbinger was, it was the real danger. But as he tried to steady himself, A low growl echoed through the air, sending a wave of dread through his body. The creature stopped moving, their glowing eyes snapping toward the sound. It wasn't just any growl. This was the sound of something powerful, something ancient, something that didn't belong. Elias's eyes widened. It's here. Before they could react, the ground trembled again, more violently this time, sending them stumbling as the earth cracked open. From the fissures, a form began to rise, dark and massive, with tendrils of shadow spiraling out of the cracks. The air around it warped and the temperature seemed to plummet. The creature rose from the abyss of the veil, and Nathan felt his stomach lurch at the sight of it. It was no longer humanoid, it had grown larger, more monstrous, a twisted amalgamation of shadow, bone, and claws. Its eyes burned with the same sickly yellow glow that he had seen earlier. The Harbinger. Its voice was a low, guttural rumble, vibrating the very air around them. You shouldn't have come. This is my domain now. You are trespassers. Nathan's heart pounded in his chest as he raised the dagger. It glowed with a faint, golden light, but he could feel the fear bubbling in his stomach. This thing wasn't like anything they had faced before. It was pure darkness incarnate, and it was not alone. The wraiths, those lost souls, began to move again, circling them, their movements slower now, as though they were waiting for something. The Harbinger's presence seemed to command them, as if they were drawn to it, mere puppets in its grasp. What do we do now? Donovan's voice was tight, but there was a clear determination in it. We fight, Elias said, stepping forward, raising his hands in front of him. He muttered something under his breath, his voice a sharp contrast to the dark hum in the air. The Harbinger snarled, its voice filled with rage. You cannot stop me. You cannot banish me. I will destroy you, and when I do, the world will crumble. Nathan felt the pendant pulse again, its warmth spreading through his body. The force of the Harbinger's presence made his knees tremble, but the pendant was a beacon, a light in the oppressive darkness. He couldn't explain it, but he knew the pendant held the key to defeating the Harbinger. Donovan, Nathan shouted, his voice filled with urgency. We need to use the pendant, now. Without hesitation, Donovan lunged at the Harbinger, his dagger raised high. But as his blade came down, the Harbinger's tendrils lashed out, knocking him back with brutal force. The creature's eyes locked onto Nathan, and for a moment he thought he saw something that resembled a smile. This is your end, the Harbinger hissed, moving toward Nathan with terrifying speed. Nathan didn't have time to think. He clutched the pendant in his hand, feeling its power surge through him. He didn't know how, but he understood. The pendant was the key to unlocking something, something that could seal the creature away. He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. Now, he whispered, pressing the pendant against the ground. The moment the pendant made contact with the earth, the ground around them erupted in light, blinding and pure. The wraiths screeched in agony as the light consumed them, their bodies disintegrating into ash. The Harbinger roared in fury, its form beginning to unravel, its body twisting in on itself. Nathan could hear the creature's screams, but he didn't stop. He pressed harder on the pendant, focusing everything on that one moment of destruction. The light grew brighter, filling the world with its blinding brilliance, and the very fabric of the veil seemed to rip open. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything went silent. The light faded, and the twisted, dark landscape around them collapsed into nothingness. Nathan blinked, his eyes adjusting to the normal world once again. They were standing in the clearing just outside the monastery, the sun beginning to set. The air was still and quiet, the oppressive weight of the veil gone. But they knew the fight was far from over. The silence that followed felt heavy, as though the world was holding its breath. Nathan blinked rapidly, trying to process what had just happened. One moment, they were standing in the heart of the veil, facing the Harbinger in its monstrous form, and the next, they were back in the familiar clearing outside the monastery, with the sun setting in the distance. It felt too surreal, too easy. Donovan was the first to break the silence. Did we do it? His voice was uncertain, and Nathan could hear the lingering doubt in it. I don't know, Nathan replied quietly, his eyes scanning their surroundings, looking for any sign of the creature's return. The air around them was calm, almost serene, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Elias stepped forward, his face drawn with exhaustion, but his expression was one of relief. For now it's over, he said, his voice steady. The Harbinger has been sealed back into the veil. Nathan felt the weight of his words settle on him. But for how long? Elias didn't answer immediately. He simply stood there, looking out at the horizon as if lost in thought. Finally he spoke. The veil is unstable. And the Harbinger, it was only one of many. The creatures trapped in that world are powerful, and they have been waiting for centuries to break free. We've only bought ourselves time, not a permanent solution. Nathan's stomach tightened. So, we're not done? No, Elias said firmly. We have a long road ahead of us. The Harbinger was only the beginning, but it was the first to break free. There are others, more dangerous, more twisted. And they will find a way back. A chill ran down Nathan's spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that the true battle was only just beginning. The veil wasn't just a place. It was a prison holding unimaginable horrors that had been contained for centuries, and now that the seal had been broken, the worst was yet to come. We need to stop them, Donovan said, his voice low but determined. We can't just keep running from this. We need to find a way to close the veil for good. Elias nodded, his eyes darkening. Yes, but it's not something that can be done easily. The veil was created to protect this world from the things beyond it. But now that it's starting to tear, the consequences will be catastrophic if it completely falls apart. Nathan felt a weight settle on his shoulders. So, what do we do now? Elias turned to face them, his eyes grave. We must find the source, the origin of the veil. If we can understand where it came from, we might be able to restore its integrity, or at least contain the damage. But to do that, we need more than just knowledge. We need power, ancient, forgotten power. Where do we find that kind of power? Donovan asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. Elias didn't seem to share their unease. We're getting close, he said, his voice calm but with an edge of urgency. The temple lies beyond these woods. We must press on. But as they prepared to move, a sudden sound broke the silence. A low, guttural growl that echoed from the forest. It was the sound of something large, something predatory. Nathan's heart skipped a beat. What was that? Before anyone could respond, the growl was followed by a deep, rumbling roar, and then the trees began to shake. Nathan's eyes widened as shadows moved among the branches, large figures shifting in the darkness. He could hear their heavy breaths, their snarls, and their steps crunching on the forest floor. They're here, Elias whispered. The guardians of the temple. They've been waiting for us. The growls grew louder as the creatures began to emerge from the forest. They were massive, their eyes glowing in the dark, their bodies hulking and covered in matted fur. But these were no mere animals. They were something else, something ancient and twisted, as though they had been born from the very earth itself. There's too many of them, Donovan said, his voice tight with fear. Elias stepped forward, raising his hands to the sky. Stay close to me, he ordered. I can hold them off, but only for a short time. Nathan's hand trembled as he gripped his weapon. The creatures were closing in fast, and there was no way to fight them all off. But they had no choice. If they didn't make it past these guardians, they would never reach the temple. Nathan exchanged a glance with Donovan. We push forward, no matter what. With that, they charged into the forest, fighting off the massive creatures that emerged from the darkness. But as they moved deeper, they knew the true battle was just beginning. The forest seemed to come alive as they moved deeper into its twisted heart. The trees, their branches gnarled and thick, towered above them, casting long, haunting shadows that seemed to stretch out to grab them. The growls from the creatures behind them only grew louder, but it was the eerie silence that preceded each strike that unsettled Nathan the most. It was as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. Nathan's chest was tight with fear, but there was no turning back now. The creatures, the guardians of the temple, had already begun to close in on them, their monstrous forms too large to ignore. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made Nathan jump, his hand tightening around his dagger. The shadows moved with an unnatural speed, and he could sense their eyes on him, their gaze burning through the darkness. We have to keep moving, Donovan muttered, his voice low but filled with determination. The more we fight, the more they'll come. We'll never make it if we don't push forward. Elias, his face etched with concentration, nodded. He's right. The guardians are relentless. We need to reach the clearing just ahead. From there, we'll have a better chance. The path ahead was nearly impossible to see in the deepening night, but they pressed on, moving quickly through the underbrush. Nathan's legs ached, and every step felt like it might be his last. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, and the further they went, the more oppressive it became. The trees grew denser, their trunks twisted and ancient, as though they had witnessed countless generations pass by. It wasn't long before they were forced to slow down. The growls had intensified, and the creatures were closing in faster than they could run. Nathan could hear their massive paws thundering through the brush, the sound of their breath heavy and strained. "Get ready," Elias warned, his voice barely above a whisper. As the creatures closed in on them, the first one leaped from the shadows, its glowing eyes fixed on Nathan. It was a massive creature, almost wolf-like in shape, but its fur was matted and black, its teeth jagged and sharp. Its claws scraped against the ground as it landed, and before Nathan could react, it lunged at him, its jaws snapping. Instinctively, Nathan raised his dagger, and the creature's teeth collided with the steel in a shower of sparks. The force of the blow knocked him back, but he quickly regained his footing, slashing the dagger at the creature's throat. The beast howled in pain, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it snarled and swiped at him with its claws, the air around them crackling with the force of its blows. Donovan rushed in, swinging his own weapon, and Elias muttered an incantation under his breath. The air around them shimmered with magic as the creatures began to retreat, momentarily stunned by the spell. But Nathan knew it wouldn't last. They had only bought themselves a few precious moments. "We need to go now," Elias shouted. Nathan didn't need to be told twice. He pushed forward, feeling the tension in his muscles, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. They sprinted toward the clearing Elias had mentioned, but the creatures were still behind them, relentless and faster than ever. As they broke through the thick undergrowth and emerged into the clearing, Nathan felt a fleeting sense of relief. But it was short-lived. The clearing wasn't empty. At the center of the open space stood a stone structure, half buried in the earth, its once pristine surface covered in moss and vines. It was ancient, older than anything Nathan had ever seen. But what caught his attention the most was the figure standing in front of the temple's entrance. The figure was tall, cloaked in shadow, its face hidden beneath a hood. It was impossible to make out any features, but the air around it hummed with power. The moment Nathan set his eyes on it, he felt the same sense of dread that had filled him when they first encountered the Harbinger. This was no ordinary being. This was something far older, far more dangerous. The figure raised a hand, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. The guardians, those monstrous creatures, stopped in their tracks as if waiting for the figure's command. "Stop," the figure's voice boomed, deep and resonating. "You are not welcome here." Nathan froze, his heart racing in his chest. The voice was not one of a mere mortal, it was the voice of something far more ancient, something that seemed to echo through the very earth itself. What are you?" Nathan managed to choke out, his voice barely above a whisper. The figure tilted its head as though considering his question. "I am a keeper," it said simply, its voice carrying a weight that made Nathan's blood run cold. "A keeper of the veil. And you are trespassers in a land that should have been forgotten." The words hung in the air like a death sentence, and Nathan could feel the pressure of the moment building around him. He glanced at Elias, but the old man's face was grim. "This isn't just a guardian," Elias muttered under his breath. "This is one of the original protectors of the temple. Its power is far beyond anything we've encountered." Donovan gripped his dagger tightly. "Then we'll fight." "No," Elias snapped. "We can't fight this one. Not unless we're willing to die here." His eyes flicked toward the entrance of the temple. "We need to get inside. It's our only chance." The figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate, as though it were savoring the moment. "You will not enter. The temple is closed. The veil is closed. There is no place for you here." Nathan felt the air around them grow colder, and a sense of inevitability washed over him. They had come so far, and now they were being stopped by this being. But Elias was right. There was no way they could defeat it. Not with force. "Please," Nathan said, his voice shaking. "We need to stop the veil from collapsing. We don't have time to fight." For a moment, the figure didn't move. It simply stared at them, its presence so overwhelming that it felt like the entire world had come to a standstill. Then, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, it spoke. "Very well," it said. "But know this, what you seek to do comes at a cost. The veil was never meant to be tampered with. And if you attempt to repair it, there will be consequences." Nathan didn't hesitate. He nodded quickly, the urgency of their mission outweighing his fear. "We'll pay whatever price it takes." The figure's head tilted again, its eyes unreadable beneath the shadow of its hood. "Then you may enter. But remember, The temple holds secrets that are better left forgotten. Once you step inside, there is no turning back. With that, the figure stepped aside, allowing them passage. Nathan, Donovan, and Elias moved forward, their hearts pounding as they approached the entrance of the temple. The doors groaned in protest as they were pushed open, revealing the darkness beyond. Inside, the air was thick with an ancient power that seemed to pulse in time with their own hearts. The walls were covered in strange symbols, glowing faintly in the dim light. The temple seemed to stretch on forever, its interior vast and labyrinthine. As they entered, the doors slammed shut behind them, sealing them in. The doors closed with an eerie finality, the sound echoing through the vast, hollow expanse of the temple. Nathan's heart raced, the weight of the decision settling on him like a stone. There was no turning back now. The air inside the temple was thick, heavy with the sense that they were trespassing in a place that had long been forgotten by time, and perhaps by even the gods themselves. Their footsteps echoed in the silence, the sound reverberating through the stone corridors. The walls around them were covered in ancient symbols, carved with a precision that seemed almost unnatural. Each glyph seemed to glow faintly, casting an otherworldly light across the room. The deeper they went, the more the symbols seemed to pulse, as though the temple itself were alive, watching, waiting. Elias walked at the front, his expression grim as he studied the symbols. "This place," he murmured almost to himself. "I've heard of it, but I never believed it existed. It's older than anything I've encountered. This temple was built to protect the secrets of the veil, to keep it sealed away from the world." Nathan didn't speak, his mind racing with 1,000 questions. What secrets? What power was hidden here? And why had they been chosen, or cursed, to come this far? "Stay close," Elias warned, his voice low but steady. "The temple is designed to test those who seek its power. And we are not welcome here." Donovan, walking beside Nathan, eyed the dark passageways that stretched out on either side of them. "I've got a bad feeling about this," he muttered. "This whole place reeks of danger." Nathan could feel it too. There was something off about the air, as though it carried with it a weight of sorrow, of lost souls. It was a feeling that settled deep in his bones, gnawing at his sense of safety. But there was no time to linger on the feeling. They had to press forward. They rounded a corner and entered a massive chamber, its ceiling so high it seemed to vanish into darkness. At the center of the room was an altar, ancient and worn by time. It was a simple stone structure, but the air around it hummed with an energy so powerful, Nathan could feel it tugging at him, as though it were calling him closer. But before they could approach, a voice, deep and resonating, filled the room. "You should not have come." The voice was not human. It wasn't even a voice in the traditional sense. It was something far older, a presence that reverberated through the very air itself. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, and the walls seemed to shift, the symbols on them glowing brighter, casting shadows that danced and writhed. Nathan froze, his eyes darting around the chamber, trying to locate the source of the voice. But there was nothing. The room appeared empty, save for the altar. "You are fools," the voice continued, its tone rich with ancient disdain. "You seek to alter the balance of the world, to restore what should never be touched. The veil was not meant to be fixed, mortal. The price for meddling with its power is more than you can bear." Elias stepped forward, raising his hand as though to ward off the voice. "We don't have a choice. The veil is collapsing. If we don't stop it, the world will be consumed." The voice laughed, a hollow, mocking sound that sent a chill down Nathan's spine. "You cannot stop it. You cannot even begin to understand the forces at play here. The veil is not just a barrier, it is a living, breathing entity, and the creatures it traps are not bound by the rules of your world. They were never meant to be kept locked away. Their time is coming whether you like it or not." Nathan's pulse quickened as the voice's words sank in. They had known the creatures were powerful, but to hear them described as something not bound by the rules of your world sent a shiver through him. What exactly were they dealing with? "Why are you telling us this?" Donovan snapped, his voice sharp. "If you're so intent on stopping us, why not just kill us now?" There was a pause, a stillness that hung in the air like a breath held too long. Then the voice spoke again, but this time it was softer, almost pitying. "You do not understand. It is not your death that I seek. It is your suffering." The words were heavy, laden with meaning. The temple exists to protect the veil, yes, but it is also a prison. A prison for those who sought to destroy it. Elias's face went pale as the realization hit him. You are one of them, aren't you? One of the original wardens. The voice chuckled darkly. Long ago, I was a warden of the Veil, tasked with guarding its secrets. But I was a fool. I tried to break the balance, to release what was trapped within. And now I am bound to this place, a prisoner of my own making. And so shall you be. Nathan's blood ran cold as the truth began to unravel before them. The temple wasn't just a place of power, it was a tomb, a prison for those who had failed to respect the Veil. And now they were about to face the same fate. The air around them shifted, growing thicker, heavier, and a strange sensation began to creep over Nathan. Something dark, like a shadow creeping into his very soul. His vision blurred, the walls of the chamber seeming to close in around him. He reached out, grabbing Donovan's arm to steady himself. What's happening? Nathan gasped. This is the test, Elias said quietly, his face pale but resolute. The temple is trying to break us, to force us to turn back. We have to hold on. The voice filled the room again, louder this time, reverberating in their bones. You cannot win. You will fail just as I did. The Veil is beyond your comprehension. And when you try to repair it, the cost will be far worse than death. The shadows in the room deepened, twisting and warping around them. Nathan could hear whispers now, soft and insidious, like a chorus of voices just out of reach. They spoke of fear, of loss, of things lost to time. The room itself seemed to grow colder, darker, until it felt as though they were standing at the edge of some abyss. But even in the face of all that, Nathan's resolve hardened. He couldn't give up now. They had come this far. If they didn't try, if they didn't risk everything, the Veil would collapse, and the creatures beyond it would ravage the world. We'll see about that, Nathan muttered, clenching his fists. We're not here to fail. We're here to stop this. Elias nodded, his eyes narrowing. We need to break the temple's hold on us. Focus. The altar is the key. If we can reach it, we may be able to harness its power and use it against the temple. The voice seemed to laugh again, but this time it was tinged with something else. Something darker, more malevolent. You will never reach it. Not unless you give in. Not unless you let the darkness consume you. Nathan didn't listen. He turned to Elias. How do we get to it? Elias pointed toward the altar. There is a ritual, an ancient one. But we need to gather the power from the symbols on the walls. If we can activate them, they will grant us the strength we need. With that, they began their walk toward the altar, but the temple's pressure on their minds grew stronger with each step. The whispers became louder, more insistent, pulling at the edges of their sanity. Nathan knew that they were on the edge. If they failed now, everything would be lost. The air around them grew heavier, suffocating in its weight. The temple seemed to press in from all sides, the whispers intensifying with every step they took toward the altar. Nathan felt as though the very walls were closing in on him, their ancient stone breathing with a life of its own. He could hear his own heartbeat, thundering in his ears, mingling with the maddening whispers that clawed at his mind. Every thought seemed to twist into darkness, as if the temple itself was trying to corrupt him, to bend his will to its own. Donovan, walking beside him, looked just as strained, his face pale and set with determination. But there was fear in his eyes, a fear that Nathan couldn't ignore. It was a fear that spoke of something beyond mere danger, something that reached into the very heart of the soul. We're getting close, Elias said, his voice steady despite the palpable tension. Focus, Nathan. Donovan, don't let it get to you. Nathan nodded, though the doubt crept in. How could he focus when the world around him was trying so hard to break him? The symbols on the walls of the temple began to shift, their once quiet glow intensifying. The pulsing light became rhythmic, as though it were alive, breathing in time with their movements. It was both mesmerizing and terrifying, a dance of ancient power that held the very fabric of reality in its grip. They reached the altar at the center of the chamber, its stone surface smooth and cold beneath their fingers. But it was not just the altar that demanded attention. The air here was thick with a dark energy, an oppressive force that seemed to pull at the very core of Nathan's being. He could feel it in his chest, this suffocating pressure, as though the world itself was holding its breath. This is it, Elias said, his eyes locked on the altar. The ritual. He stepped forward, moving with the quiet precision of someone who had done this before, or at least someone who had studied it. He raised his hands, palms out, and the symbols on the walls around them began to glow brighter, the energy in the room coiling like a storm. Nathan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up as the air grew thick with power. Elias muttered under his breath, an ancient incantation, the words foreign to Nathan's ears, but the weight of them was undeniable. As Elias spoke, the ground beneath them trembled, and for a moment, the room seemed to warp and distort, as though the very fabric of reality was bending to the will of the ritual. Nathan could feel the temple's resistance. The air grew colder, the whispers louder, their words clawing at his sanity. They spoke of death, of destruction, of the end of everything. But Elias didn't falter. His voice grew louder, his hands moving with deliberate grace as the symbols around them flared brighter, almost blinding in their intensity. Then, the voice that had haunted them since their arrival in the temple rang out again, filling the chamber with its deep, mocking tone. "You are too late," it said. "You cannot undo what has already been set in motion. The veil is already tearing. The creatures are already awakening. You cannot stop it." The word struck Nathan like a blow. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, his mind racing with panic. If they couldn't stop the veil, if they couldn't stop the creatures from breaking free, everything they had fought for, everything they had risked, would be for nothing. But Elias didn't stop. His voice, though strained, rang out even louder. "We will stop it. We have no choice." The symbols on the walls began to pulse in sync with the rhythm of Elias's words, the power in the room growing ever stronger. The floor beneath them cracked, and the very stones seemed to come alive with a malevolent energy. The air crackled with the electricity of the ritual, and Nathan could feel his skin tingling, his heart racing in his chest. Then, with a sudden violent surge, the power of the temple exploded in a burst of light. Nathan's vision went white, and for a moment, everything was silent. A deafening silence that filled the void. When the light receded and the world slowly returned to normal, Nathan blinked, disoriented. The symbols on the walls had stopped glowing, and the oppressive weight of the temple had lifted, though the air still felt thick with tension. The altar, once cold and distant, now hummed with an energy that felt both familiar and alien. Elias staggered back, his face pale, sweat beading on his brow. "It's done," he said quietly, but there was no relief in his voice. No satisfaction. "What do you mean, done?" Donovan asked, his voice strained with confusion. "Is it over? Did we do it?" Elias took a deep breath, steadying himself against the altar. "We've activated the ritual. We've stabilized the veil, for now. But the creatures are still awakening. We may have slowed them, but we haven't stopped them entirely." Nathan felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. They hadn't stopped the threat. They had only bought time. "We can't just leave it like this," Nathan said, his voice firm despite the gnawing fear inside him. "There has to be a way to finish this. We can't just—" He was cut off by a sudden, deafening roar from deep within the temple. The sound reverberated through the stone walls, a primal, guttural cry that sent a chill down his spine. It was the sound of something massive, something ancient and furious, awakening. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the roar continued, growing louder, closer. Nathan's heart pounded in his chest as the chamber began to shake. "It's them," Elias whispered, his face pale with realization. "The Guardians. They've awoken. They've broken free." Before Nathan could respond, the walls of the chamber began to crack, the stones splintering as though something enormous was trying to break through. The roar grew louder, more violent, until the very foundation of the temple seemed to be tearing apart. And then the creature appeared. It was a shadow at first, a form that seemed to flicker in and out of existence like smoke drifting in the air. But then it solidified, its form growing more distinct, more terrifying. It was a massive, monstrous being, its body covered in scales that gleamed in the dim light. Its eyes burned with an unholy fire, its mouth opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. It was unlike anything Nathan had ever seen before, a creature of nightmare, a force of nature that seemed to embody destruction itself. Nathan didn't hesitate. He reached for his dagger, his muscles tense, ready for the fight of his life. "We're not done yet," he muttered, his voice low but determined. Elias stepped forward, his eyes filled with resolve. "No. Now we finish what we started." The creature lunged at them with a speed that was impossible to track, its jaws snapping as it came within inches of Nathan. The battle for their lives had only just begun. The creature's roar echoed through the chamber, its sound vibrating in Nathan's bones. It was as if the very foundation of the temple trembled beneath its force, the stone walls quaking as if they too feared the ancient beast before them. Nathan's pulse hammered in his chest, his instincts kicking into overdrive as the creature lunged, its massive form hurtling toward them with terrifying speed. He barely had time to react. His hand closed around his dagger, fingers slick with sweat as he gripped the hilt. The creature's fiery eyes locked onto him, its mouth wide with rows of sharp, jagged teeth that glistened in the dim light of the temple. Nathan's heart skipped a beat. There was no way they could defeat something like this. It was beyond anything he had imagined. But he couldn't back down now. "Move," Elias shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos as he shoved Nathan aside just as the creature's claws slashed toward them. The air sang with the force of its attack, the massive claws tearing through the space where Nathan had just been standing. Nathan barely managed to regain his footing as Elias reached for the nearby symbols on the walls, his hands moving in a frantic, desperate motion. "We need to use the power of the temple," he yelled, his voice strained. "Find the glyphs. They're our only chance." Nathan's mind raced as he scanned the walls. The symbols were still glowing, but now their pulsing light seemed to shift with every movement of the creature, as though the entire temple was alive, responding to the monster's presence. The dark energy in the room had grown even more intense, the air thick with the promise of destruction. Donovan was already moving, his eyes wild with fear but also with determination. He dashed toward the wall, his hands frantically tracing the ancient symbols. "We don't have time for this," he shouted, his voice tense. "That thing is getting closer." But Nathan could see it in his eyes. Donovan didn't have to say it aloud for Nathan to understand. The creature was too powerful. They couldn't just brute force their way through this. They had to outsmart it, use the very temple against it. Nathan moved with purpose, ignoring the fear gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. The creature's eyes followed him, its gaze filled with a primal, mindless rage. He reached the first symbol and slammed his palm against it. The stone beneath his hand burned with a sudden burst of heat, a violent energy surging through the glyph. The room trembled and the walls seemed to pulse, the symbols glowing brighter with each movement. But the creature didn't pause. It surged forward, its claws ripping through the air as it sought to strike again. Elias stepped forward, positioning himself between Nathan and the monster. "Keep going," he shouted. "Don't stop." Nathan didn't need any more encouragement. He moved to the next symbol, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His mind was spinning, the overwhelming pressure of the moment threatening to crush him. The creature's presence seemed to suffocate everything around them, a dark shadow looming over them all. He pressed his palm to the next glyph. This time, the energy surged through his body like a current of electricity. The ground beneath them seemed to quake, and for a moment, the walls around them seemed to shimmer, like the very fabric of the temple was shifting. Then, with a sudden crash, the creature lunged forward, its jaws snapping inches from Elias's face. Nathan's heart froze, his body reacting without thought. He flung himself toward Elias, knocking him to the side just as the creature's massive teeth sank into the stone where they had stood just a second before. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur as the creature roared in frustration, its powerful body thrashing against the walls. Nathan barely had time to catch his breath before he was back on his feet, his dagger in hand, ready to face the monster once more. "Keep pressing the symbols," Elias shouted, his voice hoarse. "We're close. We have to activate the final one." The sound of the creature's massive body slamming against the stone walls filled the chamber, the entire room shaking with the force of its attacks. Nathan's hands were shaking, the pressure of the moment nearly overwhelming him, but he knew there was no turning back. He moved toward the final symbol, his mind racing with the need to complete the ritual. The creature was only getting angrier, and its strength seemed endless. But the temple, no, the veil, had power. They had to use it or they would be consumed by the darkness. The final glyph was etched into the stone in an intricate design, the lines glowing with a faint, eerie light. Nathan reached out, his palm pressed firmly against it, and for a moment nothing happened. Then the world seemed to stop. A wave of energy surged through the room, and the symbols around them flared to life. The walls seemed to hum, vibrating with the force of the ritual. Nathan could feel the power building, a pressure so intense it threatened to crush him. But it wasn't just the walls or the symbols, it was the temple itself. The creature's screeches grew more frantic as the power began to shift, and for the first time since they had entered, the monster seemed to falter. It stopped. The beast froze in mid-roar, its form trembling as the energy of the temple pushed back against it. The dark energy that had once filled the room with terror began to dissipate, replaced by a brilliant, blinding light that filled every corner of the chamber. Nathan's eyes stung as the light grew brighter, and the creature let out a final tortured scream before it began to dissolve. Its form disintegrated into shadows, the very essence of it being absorbed by the temple, pulled back into the void from which it had come. The room grew still, the air heavy with the aftermath of the battle. Nathan stood, breathless, his body trembling with exhaustion. The walls of the temple had returned to their quiet, ancient state, the symbols no longer pulsing with dangerous energy. The weight of the moment began to settle, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Nathan allowed himself to breathe. But they weren't safe yet. Elias staggered to his feet, his face pale but determined. "We did it," he said, his voice hoarse. "We stopped it." But Nathan wasn't convinced. There was something more. Something lingering in the air, in the very foundations of the temple. He turned to Elias, his brow furrowed with doubt. "Are we really done? Or is this just the beginning?" Elias didn't answer right away. He simply looked at Nathan with a look that spoke volumes. "No," Elias said quietly, his voice grim. "This is only the beginning. The veil is still unstable. The creatures may be gone, but the true power of this place, it's still here. And we've only just begun to understand it." Nathan felt a chill creep down his spine. They had stopped one nightmare, but something told him that a far greater one was waiting just beyond the horizon. The silence that followed was suffocating. The room, once filled with the deafening roars of the creature and the chaos of their struggle, was now eerily still. The oppressive weight of the temple had lifted, but the relief was short-lived. There was a lingering sense of something far worse, something even darker, just beneath the surface. Nathan could feel it in his bones, a whisper at the edge of his mind, an echo of a far greater terror than the one they had just faced. Elias stood by the altar, his expression unreadable as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't seem to notice the stillness in the air, the almost unnatural calm that had settled over them. Instead, he was focused on something in the distance, his gaze fixed on the far end of the temple. Nathan followed his line of sight, but there was nothing there. Just the cracked walls, the dim flickering of ancient torches, and the weight of the silence. "We need to go," Elias said, his voice suddenly tight. "This place, it's not safe." Nathan felt a pang of unease. He had no doubt that Elias knew far more than he was letting on, and that unsettled him. The ritual had been completed, the creature had been banished, and yet the sense of impending doom hadn't faded. It was as if the temple itself was waiting, holding its breath, ready to unleash something even worse. "Safe?" Donovan scoffed, still trying to catch his breath from the fight. "It's never been safe here, Elias. You've seen what's inside this place. What if—" "Donovan," Elias interrupted, his voice sharp. "I'm not going to explain myself. Just trust me. We don't have time to waste." Nathan wanted to argue, wanted to demand answers, but he couldn't. There was a pressing urgency in Elias's voice, something that urged him to act without questioning. And despite all the fear gnawing at him, Nathan knew they didn't have a choice. They had to leave. They had to get out before whatever dark force lingered in this place found a way to tear through the veil they had just fought so hard to stabilize. They turned to leave, the weight of the temple's oppressive energy pressing in on them. But as they moved through the chamber, a sudden, bone-chilling wind swept through the room, slamming against their backs like a physical force. The air shifted, thickening, and the temperature dropped sharply. Nathan's breath misted in front of him as he spun around, eyes wide with panic. He could hear something now, something more than the whispers they had endured earlier. This was different. This was a voice that carried with it the weight of ancient power, the sound of something far older and more dangerous than anything they had faced before. "You should not have come here," the voice said, its tone deep, cold, and full of malice. It reverberated through the stone walls, filling the chamber with an unsettling, otherworldly presence. Elias's face drained of color, his expression flickering with fear before it was quickly masked by his usual resolve. "No," he whispered under his breath. "It's impossible." But Nathan wasn't listening to Elias. His eyes were locked on the dark shadows that were beginning to form in the corners of the room. At first, they were subtle, just flickers of movement in the periphery of his vision. But then they grew larger, more defined, like tendrils of darkness creeping from the very stone itself. The shadows twisted and writhed, taking shape, and Nathan realized with a cold dread that they weren't just shadows at all. They were something much worse, something that defied description, something that moved with an unnatural grace, as if the very essence of darkness had taken form. The air crackled with energy as the shadows coalesced into figures. Ancient, monstrous shapes, their outlines shifting and flowing like smoke, their eyes glowing with a fiery intensity. Nathan's heart skipped a beat. They were back. The creatures they had hoped to banish, the ones who had been sealed away by the temple long ago, were returning, awakening once more. "Elias," Donovan shouted, panic evident in his voice. "What is this? What did we do?" Elias took a step back, his eyes wide with disbelief and dread. "We didn't just banish them," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "We disturbed something far worse. We awakened the gate." Nathan's mind reeled. The gate? What gate? What was Elias talking about? But before he could ask, the shadows lunged, their bodies writhing as they swarmed toward them. The room seemed to distort around them as the figures took on form, monstrous, twisted shapes that seemed to defy all logic. There were no faces, no features, just shadows and an endless abyss that reached out to consume everything in its path. The air grew thick with an almost tangible darkness, pressing in from all sides. Nathan felt a coldness like nothing he had ever known, a frigid emptiness that seemed to freeze his very soul. His breath came in ragged gasps as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. "We have to stop them," Nathan said, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. "We can't let them escape." But Elias didn't respond. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror as the shadows continued to swarm, moving closer and closer, their tendrils stretching out to consume everything in their path. Nathan could feel the pull, an irresistible force that threatened to drag him into the darkness. The power of the temple was still alive, but it was twisted now, corrupted. They had unknowingly released something far worse than they had ever imagined. "We're not strong enough," Elias whispered, his voice breaking. "We can't stop them now. The gate is open." Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, the very stones of the temple cracking and splintering as the power of the gate surged. The darkness seemed to pulse with a life of its own, growing stronger with each passing second. Nathan could feel it, something worse than death, something that was beyond their understanding, beyond anything they had prepared for. And then, in the midst of the chaos, Elias collapsed to his knees. "We've failed," he murmured, his voice distant, as though his mind had already left the temple, already gone beyond. Nathan could hardly believe it. They had come so close, fought so hard to stop the creatures, to seal away the darkness. But now it was all unraveling before them. The shadows continued to grow, taking form, expanding. And as the darkness consumed the temple, Nathan realized with a chilling certainty that they had only begun to face what had been unleashed. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. The darkness continued to spread, an unrelenting tide that consumed everything in its path. The shadows surged forward, their bodies rippling like waves of ink across the temple, as if the very essence of fear and despair had come to life. Nathan felt the air grow colder, the walls of the temple closing in on him, as though the space itself was shrinking, suffocating them. Elias's voice was barely audible above the roar of the storm building around them. "The gate, it's open. It's too late. We can't stop it." Nathan's heart pounded in his chest, his thoughts racing. There had to be something they could do. There had to be a way to reverse this, to seal the gate again. But Elias had collapsed, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. It was as though the weight of the knowledge had finally crushed him. Nathan took a step toward him, but he didn't know what to say. There were no words left that could fix this. He looked around at the swirling darkness, feeling its icy grip tightening around him, clawing at his thoughts. But something deep within him stirred, an urge to fight, to push against this overwhelming evil, no matter how impossible it seemed. He looked at the glyphs, the symbols etched into the walls. They had been their only hope before, the key to banishing the creature. Maybe, just maybe, there was still a chance. If he could activate the symbols again, maybe they could still reverse the flow of the darkness, close the gate before it consumed everything. His hands shook as he reached out to touch the nearest glyph, but as his fingers brushed against the stone, a wave of intense, suffocating energy surged through him. The darkness seemed to pulse in response, a twisted reflection of the power he was trying to tap into. A voice echoed in his mind, low, distorted, and full of venom. "You cannot stop what has already begun." The word sent a chill down Nathan's spine. He knew then that the power they were facing wasn't just a force. It was an ancient malevolence, a conscious entity that had been waiting for this moment, waiting for them to disturb the delicate balance that had kept it locked away for centuries. "Help me," Nathan shouted, turning to Donovan, who had been trying to steady himself against the storm of shadows. "We have to use the symbols. We can still do it." Donovan's eyes were wide with terror, but there was a spark of determination buried beneath the fear. "It's not enough, Nathan. The temple is corrupted. The gate, it's not just a doorway. It's a seal that's been broken. We're too late." But Nathan couldn't accept that. He refused to believe they were powerless now, not after everything they had been through. He gritted his teeth and turned back to the glyphs, his fingers pressing harder into the stone. Suddenly, the walls of the temple seemed to come alive, the symbols glowing with an unnatural intensity. The air crackled with power, and for a moment, Nathan could feel the pulse of the gate itself, the dark force that had been released, its tendrils reaching out to claim everything. The shadows surged again, closer now, their forms materializing into nightmarish shapes, tall, skeletal figures with eyes that burned like coals. They were coming for him, for all of them. Nathan's heart hammered in his chest, but he held his ground. He wasn't ready to give up, not now. He placed his palm flat against the stone of the nearest glyph, his mind focusing on the energy that thrummed through the walls. He couldn't stop the darkness, not yet. But maybe, just maybe, he could buy them some time. As his palm made contact, the energy surged again, more intense this time, as though the entire temple was responding to his plea. The ground beneath him shook violently, and the air grew thick with a stifling pressure. For a moment, everything seemed to stop, frozen in time, suspended in a fragile balance. But then a voice, clear and cold, spoke through the shadows, echoing around them. "You think you can control what has been set in motion? You are mere mortals, insignificant against the power of the void." Nathan's pulse quickened, the weight of the words pressing down on him. It wasn't just a voice, it was an entity, one that existed beyond the realm of reason, beyond anything human. The very nature of the darkness was far beyond their comprehension. Still, Nathan pressed on. "We're not giving up. Not now. We're not going to let you win." The walls of the temple began to shake, the symbols pulsing wildly as the dark power fought against him. But Nathan's grip tightened, his focus unwavering. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. He didn't know if they could truly seal the gate again, but he had to try. And then, just when he thought he couldn't endure the pressure any longer, the darkness seemed to retreat. The shadows slowed, their movement no longer as frantic, no longer as all-encompassing. Nathan gasped for breath, his body trembling from the effort. The symbols around him were still glowing, their light now softer but steadier. He didn't know what had just happened, but something had shifted. Elias stirred, his hand reaching for the ground as he pulled himself up. "It's working," he whispered, his voice hoarse but filled with something like hope. "You're doing it?" Nathan's heart skipped a beat. Had they truly found a way to reverse it? Could they really stop the darkness before it consumed them all? But then, just as they thought victory was within their grasp, a deafening roar filled the air, louder than anything they had heard before. The ground shook violently beneath their feet, and the temple seemed to buckle, as if the very foundations were being torn apart. Something far worse was coming. The darkness began to twist and churn, the shadows writhing in violent waves, as if the very fabric of reality itself was being pulled apart. The gate had been sealed once, but it was only temporary. The true power of the void was much stronger than they had ever imagined. And as Nathan looked into the eyes of the approaching shadow, its face no longer hidden, he realized with a sickening certainty that they hadn't just faced a creature from the depths of darkness. They had unleashed something far older, far more dangerous. The true horror had only just begun. Story 3. The first knock didn't immediately register with Sarah. She had just drifted off after hours of tossing and turning, the kind of restless night where sleep teases you but never fully arrives. The sound was soft, almost polite, as if whoever was knocking was hesitant to disturb her. She stirred but didn't get up. The world outside her apartment felt distant, as if wrapped in a blanket of silence. It was only when the knock came again, slightly louder and more insistent, that her eyes flew open. Her bedroom clock glowed in the darkness. 3:14 a.m. Sarah sat up, her pulse quickening. Her apartment was on the 4th floor of a secure building. No one should be at her door, especially not at this hour. The hallway light filtered faintly under the door, but the rest of her apartment was drenched in shadow. The knock came again, sharper this time, echoing in the stillness. "Who the hell?" she muttered, swinging her legs off the bed. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand and activated the flashlight. The beam of light wavered as her hand trembled. Moving toward the door, she tried to keep her breathing steady, but her chest felt tight, as though the air in the room had thickened. As she reached the door, she hesitated. There was no peephole on this side. She couldn't just look out and see who, or what, was there. "Hello?" she called, her voice cracking slightly. No response. "Who's there?" she asked again, louder this time. Silence. She leaned closer, pressing her ear to the door. For a moment, she heard nothing but the faint hum of the hallway's fluorescent lights. And then she caught it, a sound so soft it barely registered. Breathing. Her blood ran cold. The breathing wasn't deep or labored. It was shallow and quick, almost like panting. Whoever or whatever was out there, they weren't leaving anytime soon. Sarah stepped back, her instincts screaming at her to call for help. She fumbled with her phone, but when she tried to dial, the screen froze. The call button wouldn't respond. Her Wi-Fi showed no signal. "Great," she whispered, frustration and fear battling for dominance in her mind. She turned back toward the living room, deciding to grab the kitchen knife she kept for emergencies. But before she could take another step, there was a knock from the window. She froze. Her apartment's only window overlooked the alley behind the building. It was a straight drop to the ground, no fire escape, no ledge. No one could be out there. And yet, the knock came again, louder this time. Her legs felt like lead as she turned toward the sound. The curtains were drawn, but she could see the faintest shadow of movement behind them. She tried to rationalize it. A bird, maybe? A trick of the light? But deep down she knew better. She approached the window slowly, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The knock came again and her breath caught in her throat. "Stay calm," she whispered to herself, gripping the edge of the curtain. In one swift motion she pulled it aside. There was nothing there. She exhaled, her breath fogging the glass. The alley below was empty, and the neighboring windows were dark. But just as she began to relax, she noticed something that made her stomach drop. The condensation from her breath on the glass was smudged, as if someone had been pressing their face against it moments earlier. A shiver ran down her spine, and she backed away from the window. Her phone buzzed suddenly in her hand, startling her. The screen lit up with an incoming call from an unknown number. Against her better judgment, she answered. "Hello?" There was static at first, crackling like an old radio tuning in. And then a voice, low, raspy, and eerily calm. "Sarah," it said, pronouncing her name slowly, deliberately. Her heart felt like it might burst out of her chest. "Who is this?" The voice ignored her question. "You shouldn't have looked," it said. Her knees buckled, and she leaned against the wall for support. "What do you want?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The static intensified, and the voice spoke again. "Leave. Now, before it's too late." The line went dead. Sarah stared at her phone, her mind racing. Who could have known her name? How did they know she'd looked out the window? She was jolted out of her thoughts by the sound of the door chain rattling. Her eyes snapped to the door. The chain swayed gently as though someone had tried, and failed, to open it. Her apartment was locked. She was sure of it. A faint creak came from behind her, and she turned slowly. The hallway leading to her bedroom was bathed in shadows, but something was different. The light in her room was on, a soft yellow glow spilling into the corridor. She hadn't left it on. Her stomach churned as she took a step forward, her legs trembling. "Is someone there?" she called out. No answer. The closer she got to the room, the heavier the air felt. Her ears picked up the faintest sound, like whispering, but so low she couldn't make out the words. She reached the doorway and hesitated. The whispering stopped. Summoning every ounce of courage, she stepped into the room. Everything looked normal at first glance. Her bed, her dresser, her neatly folded clothes. But then she noticed the closet door. It was ajar, just a crack. Her heart pounded as she approached it. She reached out a trembling hand, fingers grazing the cold metal of the doorknob. Taking a deep breath, she pulled it open. The closet was empty. She let out a shaky laugh, relief washing over her. But as she turned to leave, she noticed something on the floor, a trail of wet footprints leading from the closet to the hallway. Her breath caught in her throat. The prints weren't hers. Before she could process what she was seeing, the lights flickered violently and went out, plunging her into darkness. And then she felt it, a cold breath on the back of her neck. Understood. I will expand the next chapter to approximately 2,000 words while maintaining the story's suspenseful tone and flow. Let's begin. For several seconds, Sarah couldn't move. Her body was paralyzed with fear, her breath caught in her throat. The icy sensation on her neck lingered, sending shivers down her spine. She wanted to scream, but the sound wouldn't come. The room was suffocatingly silent, broken only by the faint creak of floorboards behind her. She forced herself to turn around, every nerve in her body screaming to run, but her legs felt like they were encased in cement. The darkness was thick, oppressive, as though it were alive and pressing in around her. Her eyes strained to adjust, searching for any movement, any hint of what might be lurking just out of sight. And then she saw it. In the corner of the room where the shadows were deepest, something shifted. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, a slight ripple like fabric being moved by a breeze that didn't exist. "Who's there?" she managed to croak, her voice barely audible. No response. Her phone was still in her hand, its flashlight shining weakly into the gloom. She pointed it toward the corner, the beam trembling as much as her fingers. At first, the light revealed nothing. Just the bare wall and a pile of old boxes she hadn't gotten around to unpacking. But as the beam moved lower, it caught something that made her blood run cold, a single pale hand resting on the floor. The hand was motionless, its fingers splayed as though it had been abandoned. But it wasn't just the sight of it that terrified her, it was the sheer wrongness of it. The skin was ashen, almost translucent, with veins that pulsed faintly beneath the surface. And then the fingers twitched. Sarah stumbled backward, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The phone slipped from her hand and hit the floor, its light spinning wildly across the room. She barely had time to process what she'd seen before the hand began to move, dragging itself forward. She scrambled toward the door, her hands fumbling for the knob. As she yanked it open, she risked one last glance over her shoulder. The hand was gone, but something else had taken its place. In the corner where the shadows were darkest, a figure was rising. It was impossibly tall, its limbs unnaturally long, bending at angles that shouldn't have been possible. Its face, or what passed for one, was obscured, hidden in the darkness. But its presence was overwhelming, radiating malice so intense that Sarah felt like she couldn't breathe. The figure took a step forward, its movements jerky, as though it were unused to walking. That was enough to snap her out of her paralysis. She bolted into the hallway, slamming the door behind her. Her bare feet pounded against the floor as she ran toward the living room, her mind racing. What was that thing? How had it gotten into her apartment? The hallway seemed longer than she remembered, stretching endlessly ahead of her. The light above flickered erratically, casting disorienting shadows on the walls. She felt as though the walls themselves were closing in, squeezing her into a narrower and narrower space. And then she heard it. A sound that made her stomach drop, a soft, scraping noise, like nails dragging across wood. It was coming from behind her. She didn't dare look back. Every instinct screamed at her to keep running, to get as far away as possible. Her lungs burned as she pushed herself forward, her heart pounding so loudly she could barely hear the sound of her own footsteps. But no matter how fast she ran, the scraping sound grew louder, closer. Finally, she burst into the living room, her eyes darting toward the front door. The chain was still in place, the deadbolt secure. She reached for the lock, her hands shaking so badly she could barely grip it. As she struggled to undo the chain, the sound stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, more terrifying than the noise itself. Sarah froze, her fingers still on the chain, and turned her head slightly, just enough to see the hallway behind her. It was empty. For a moment, she allowed herself to hope that whatever was chasing her had given up. But then she noticed something strange. The shadows in the hallway weren't behaving as they should. They moved, rippling like water, despite the absence of any light to cast them. Her blood ran cold as she realized the truth. The shadows weren't just shadows. They were alive. Before she could react, one of the shadows surged forward, spilling into the living room like a wave of ink. It moved unnaturally fast, climbing the walls and ceiling, engulfing the space in darkness. Sarah screamed, diving behind the couch as the shadow passed over her. The air grew colder and her skin prickled with goosebumps. She could feel the presence, the weight of its gaze, though she couldn't see it. The darkness pressed against her, suffocating and absolute. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The lights flickered back on, illuminating the room as though nothing had happened. Sarah crawled out from behind the couch, her entire body trembling. She glanced around, half expecting the figure to be standing there, waiting for her. But the room was empty. Her phone buzzed again and she nearly jumped out of her skin. She grabbed it from the floor where she had dropped it earlier, her hands slick with sweat. Another unknown number. She didn't want to answer, but something compelled her to. She pressed the button and brought the phone to her ear. Hello? This time, the voice on the other end wasn't calm. It was frantic, almost panicked. Sarah, you have to listen to me, it said. You're not safe there. Who are you? She demanded. What's happening to me? There's no time to explain, the voice replied. You need to leave. Right now. Don't stop. Don't look back. Just go. What do you mean, don't look back? She asked, her voice rising. But the call had already ended. She stared at the phone, her mind racing. The rational part of her wanted to dismiss the call as a prank, some cruel joke being played on her. But after what she had just experienced, she couldn't ignore it. Her eyes darted to the front door. Could she really leave? Where would she go? Before she could make a decision, a soft knock came from behind her. Not the front door. The window. The knock on the window was impossibly loud, reverberating through Sarah's chest like a physical force. Her entire body froze, the room suddenly feeling 100 degrees colder. She knew she shouldn't turn around. She knew she should follow the voice's instructions and run without looking back. But something was pulling at her, a dreadful, magnetic curiosity. The knock came again, sharper this time, like bone striking glass. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she forced herself to take a step forward. Her apartment window faced the alley. There was no balcony, no ledge, nothing that could support anyone standing outside. The rational part of her brain insisted it was impossible for someone to be there. And yet she could feel it. The weight of its presence, its hunger radiating from the other side of the glass. Her heart hammered as she inched closer, her breath shallow and uneven. She stopped a few feet from the window, her eyes locked on the curtain. The faintest shadow was visible on the other side, unmoving but undeniably there. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the curtain. No, she whispered to herself, shaking her head. Don't. But the compulsion was too strong. She gripped the fabric and yanked it aside in one swift motion. The window was empty. She blinked, her breath catching in her throat. The alley outside was as it always was, narrow, littered with trash, and dimly lit by a single flickering street lamp. And then she saw it. A handprint on the glass, impossibly large, with long, spindly fingers that stretched nearly the full length of the pane. The print was wet, droplets of water dripping down like condensation. She stumbled back, her pulse racing. The air felt wrong, heavy and charged, as though the room itself were holding its breath. And then the handprint began to move. It pressed harder against the glass, distorting the surface as though something were trying to push through. Cracks began to spiderweb outward from the center, tiny fractures that grew larger with every passing second. Sarah backed away, her hands instinctively flying to her ears as a high-pitched screech filled the room, a sound like nails on a chalkboard amplified tenfold. The glass shattered. But instead of shards, what spilled through the window was darkness, a thick black smoke that seemed to writhe and pulse with a life of its own. It poured into the room, curling along the walls and ceiling, swallowing the light. Sarah turned and ran, her feet slipping on the hardwood floor as she bolted for the front door. Her fingers fumbled with the chain, finally managing to slide it free. She yanked the door open and stumbled into the hallway. The corridor was unrecognizable. The walls seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions, their surfaces warped and pulsing as though alive. The fluorescent lights above flickered erratically, casting disjointed shadows that danced and leapt with a will of their own. Help! Sarah screamed, her voice echoing hollowly in the emptiness. But there was no one to hear her. She turned to her left and began running, her bare feet slapping against the cold floor. The hallway stretched on and on, far longer than it should have been. Doors that should have led to neighboring apartments were gone, replaced by smooth, unbroken walls. The air grew colder the farther she ran, each breath burning in her lungs. Her legs ached, but she didn't dare stop. She could feel it behind her. The darkness, the thing that had broken through her window, chasing her, closing the distance with every passing second. A door appeared ahead, standing ajar at the end of the corridor. Light spilled through the gap, warm and inviting. Relief flooded Sarah's chest as she pushed herself harder, her muscles screaming in protest. She reached the door and threw it open, tumbling inside and slamming it shut behind her. She pressed her back against the door, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. The room was silent. It was a small, dimly lit space, empty except for a single chair in the center. On the chair sat a man, his face obscured by shadows. He was still, unnaturally so, as though he were a statue rather than a living being. "Who are you?" Sarah demanded, her voice trembling. The man didn't respond. She took a cautious step forward, her eyes narrowing as she tried to make out his features. He was wearing a suit, immaculately tailored, but there was something off about the way he sat, too stiff, too rigid. "Answer me," she shouted, her voice echoing in the small room. The man's head snapped up suddenly and Sarah recoiled. His face was pale, his skin stretched tight over his skull. His eyes were completely black, voids that seemed to pull her in, threatening to swallow her whole. "You shouldn't have stayed," he said, his voice low and guttural, like the rumble of distant thunder. Sarah took another step back, her hand reaching blindly for the doorknob. "What are you talking about?" The man tilted his head, his neck cracking loudly with the movement. "It doesn't matter now," he said. "You've been marked." "Marked? By what?" she demanded, her voice rising in pitch. The man didn't answer. Instead, he stood, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being controlled by invisible strings. Sarah's hand finally found the doorknob, and she twisted it desperately. But when she pulled, the door wouldn't budge. "Please," she begged, her voice breaking. "I don't understand. Just tell me what's happening." The man took a step forward, his long, spindly fingers reaching out toward her. His shadow stretched unnaturally across the floor, enveloping the room in darkness. "You can't escape it," he said, his voice echoing as though coming from all directions at once. "No one ever does." And then he was gone. The room was empty, the air heavy with silence. The chair was overturned, as though it had been knocked over in a struggle. Sarah's legs gave out and she sank to the floor, her head spinning. Her phone buzzed in her pocket and she pulled it out with trembling hands. Another unknown number. She hesitated, her thumb hovering over the screen. But something told her she had no choice. She answered. "Hello? Sarah?" The voice on the other end said, low and urgent. "It's not over. It's never over." The line went dead. The light in the room flickered once and then went out. The darkness was suffocating. It clung to Sarah like a second skin, pressing against her from all sides. She fumbled for her phone, the only source of light she had left, and activated the flashlight. The weak beam barely penetrated the oppressive blackness. It illuminated only a few feet ahead, revealing cracked tiles on the floor and walls that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm, as though they were alive. Sarah's heart raced as she tried to piece together what was happening. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but there was nowhere to go. The room, if it could still be called that, had transformed into something unrecognizable, a labyrinth of twisting shadows and impossible geometry. Her phone buzzed again. "No," she whispered, clutching it tightly. She didn't want to answer. She couldn't bear to hear that voice again, to be told something worse was coming. But the buzzing wouldn't stop. Reluctantly, she brought the phone to her ear. "You're wasting time," the voice said, sharper now, almost scolding. "It's coming?" "What is?" she shouted, her voice echoing unnaturally in the empty space. The voice didn't answer. Instead, the line crackled with static before going silent. Sarah lowered the phone, her breath shallow and uneven. The flashlight flickered, the light dimming for a moment before steadying. And then she heard it, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. She whipped the phone around, the beam of light slicing through the darkness. It revealed nothing but empty space. The growl came again, louder this time and closer. "Hello?" she called out, her voice trembling. The growl turned into a series of clicks, sharp and rapid, like the sound of claws tapping against stone. Sarah's stomach turned as she realized the sound was circling her. moving faster than she could follow. "Stay calm," she whispered to herself, though her voice wavered. Think. The clicking stopped. The silence was worse. It pressed down on her, filling her ears until she thought her head might explode. Then a new sound. Footsteps. Not the sharp, animalistic clicks from before, but deliberate, heavy steps, as though something massive was walking toward her. Sarah backed away, her phone shaking in her hand. The beam of light revealed nothing, but the footsteps grew louder, echoing through the unnatural space. "Who's there?" she managed to say, though her voice barely rose above a whisper. A shape began to emerge from the darkness. At first, it was just a shadow, indistinct and formless. But as it drew closer, it took on a more solid form. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly scraping the ceiling. Its limbs were too long, its joints bending in ways that defied anatomy. Its face was featureless, a blank expanse of pale, smooth flesh, and it was staring directly at her. Sarah's legs moved before her brain could catch up. She turned and ran, her bare feet slapping against the cold floor. The beam from her phone bounced wildly, illuminating flashes of the shifting, impossible space around her. The footsteps followed, faster now, each one sending a tremor through the ground. Her lungs burned and her legs screamed in protest, but she didn't dare stop. She could feel it closing in, the air around her growing colder with every step. A door appeared ahead, glowing faintly in the darkness. It looked ordinary, too ordinary for this place, its wood polished and its handle brass. She didn't question it. She threw herself against the door, twisting the handle and tumbling through as it gave way. The door slammed shut behind her and the footsteps stopped. Sarah lay on the floor, gasping for air, her body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The room she had entered was small and plain, its walls bare and painted a sterile white. At the center of the room was a table, and on the table was a single object, a notebook. She pushed herself to her feet, her legs shaking, and approached the table cautiously. The notebook was old, its leather cover cracked and faded. There was no title, no indication of what it contained. Her hands trembled as she opened it. The pages were filled with writing, messy, frantic scribbles that overlapped in places, as though the writer had been in a desperate hurry. The words made no sense at first, a jumble of disconnected thoughts and phrases. "It watches, don't run, the mark will spread." But as she flipped through the pages, a pattern began to emerge. The notes described something ancient, malevolent, and hungry. Sarah's blood turned to ice as she read the final line, written in bold, jagged letters that gouged into the paper. "It's already inside." Her phone buzzed. She nearly dropped it, her hands trembling as she answered. "You don't have much time," the voice said, more urgent than before. "Listen to me carefully. That thing, you can't fight it. You can't reason with it. The only chance you have is to..." The voice cut off abruptly, replaced by static. "Hello?" Sarah shouted, panic rising in her chest. "What do I do? Tell me what to do." The static grew louder, a deafening roar that forced her to pull the phone away from her ear. And then it stopped. From the corner of her eye, she saw movement. She turned slowly, her breath catching in her throat. The featureless figure was standing in the corner of the room, its head tilted as though studying her. And it wasn't alone. The shadows around it rippled, shapes emerging from the darkness. Dozens of figures, all impossibly tall and grotesque, their forms twisting and contorting as they moved toward her. The notebook fell from her hands as she backed away, her heart hammering in her chest. There was nowhere to run. The last thing she saw before the darkness consumed her was the faint, glinting outline of the door she had come through. Sarah's scream echoed into the void as the darkness closed in, swallowing her whole. She couldn't see, couldn't hear anything beyond the pounding of her heart. She stumbled blindly, her arms flailing as she searched for any trace of light, of solid ground, of reality. Then, as suddenly as it began, the blackness receded. She found herself standing in a room she didn't recognize. It was small and cold, its walls covered in peeling wallpaper that looked decades old. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dim, yellowish glow that barely illuminated the space. Sarah gasped for air, clutching her chest as she tried to steady herself. Her phone was still in her hand, the flashlight flickering weakly. The room was empty except for a large mirror hanging on the opposite wall. The frame was ornate, gilded with intricate carvings of twisting vines and grotesque faces. The glass itself was cracked, the fractures spidering out from the center like a frozen web. Her reflection stared back at her, but it wasn't quite right. Her face looked pale, almost translucent, and her eyes seemed darker, deeper, as if something was hiding behind them. She took a step closer to the mirror, her breath fogging the glass. "Don't," a voice whispered from behind her. Sarah whirled around, but the room was empty. Her heart pounded as she scanned the shadows, her pulse roaring in her ears. The whisper came again, softer this time, but unmistakable. "Don't look too long." Her eyes darted back to the mirror and she froze. Her reflection was no longer mimicking her movements. It stood perfectly still, its dark eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "Who are you?" Sarah demanded, her voice trembling. The reflection tilted its head, a slow, deliberate motion that didn't match hers. "I'm what you'll become," it said, its lips moving independently of hers. The voice was hers but distorted, layered with something inhuman. Sarah stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth as if to stop the words from escaping. "This isn't real," she whispered. "This can't be real." The reflection smiled, a cold, hollow expression that sent a shiver down her spine. "Oh, it's very real," it said. "And it's already begun." "What's begun?" Sarah demanded, her voice rising in panic. The reflection didn't answer. Instead, it raised its hand and pointed at something behind her. Sarah spun around, her breath hitching in her throat. The room was no longer empty. A figure stood in the corner, cloaked in shadows. It was tall and thin, its outline barely discernible against the dim light. But its eyes were glowing, twin orbs of burning crimson that pierced through the darkness. Sarah backed away, her legs trembling. "Stay away from me," she shouted, holding up her phone as though the weak flashlight could protect her. The figure didn't move. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice breaking. "What do you want from me?" The figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate. As it entered the light, Sarah's stomach churned. It was the same entity she had seen before, the impossibly tall, faceless figure with grotesquely long limbs. But now, its body seemed to ripple and shift, as though it were made of smoke barely contained by a humanoid shape. The air grew colder as it approached, frost forming on the walls and floor. "Sarah," it said, its voice a deep, guttural growl that made her bones ache. "You opened the door." "I didn't mean to," she cried, tears streaming down her face. The creature tilted its head, mimicking the motion of her reflection. "Intentions don't matter. The door is open and it cannot be closed." "What door?" Sarah shouted, desperation creeping into her voice. The creature didn't answer. Instead, it raised one long, spindly arm and pointed at the mirror. Sarah turned to look, and her breath caught in her throat. The reflection was gone. The mirror now showed another room, one she didn't recognize. It was larger than the one she was in, with walls covered in dark, peeling paint and a single flickering light bulb swaying from the ceiling. At the center of the room was a chair, and in the chair sat herself. Sarah stared, her mind struggling to comprehend what she was seeing. The version of her in the mirror was bound with thick, black ropes, her head slumped forward as though unconscious. "What is this?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The creature's voice rumbled behind her. "The future?" "No," Sarah said, shaking her head. "No, this isn't real. It's a trick." The figure in the mirror stirred. Its head lifted slowly, revealing a face that was a distorted version of her own. Its skin was pale and cracked, its eyes sunken and black. It smiled at her, and the sight made Sarah's stomach churn. "You can't run," the reflection said, its voice echoing unnaturally. "You can't hide." The mirror shattered, shards of glass flying outward like a swarm of angry insects. Sarah threw up her arms to shield her face, but when she opened her eyes, the room had changed again. She was back in her apartment. Everything was exactly as it had been before, the familiar furniture, the comforting clutter. The broken window was whole again, the strange handprint gone. For a moment she dared to hope it was over. But then she noticed the shadow in the corner. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a dark stain that didn't belong. Her phone buzzed and she nearly dropped it in shock. The screen lit up with another unknown number. She hesitated, her thumb hovering over the screen. She didn't want to answer, didn't want to hear that voice again. But something told her she had no choice. Taking a deep breath, she pressed accept and brought the phone to her ear. "They're watching," the voice said, low and urgent. "They've always been watching." The line went dead, and Sarah's world tilted as the shadow in the corner began to move. The shadow moved, slow and deliberate, as though it had been waiting for her to notice. Sarah's breath hitched, and her legs felt like jelly. The room, which had seemed like an illusion of normalcy just moments ago, began to distort again. The walls seemed to stretch, and the air thickened, becoming heavy and suffocating. She stood frozen, her heart hammering in her chest as the shadow crept closer, growing larger with each passing second. It wasn't like the figure she had seen before, the one with glowing eyes and impossibly long limbs. No, this was something different, something more insidious. The shadow was formless, but its presence was unmistakable. It wrapped itself around her, a dark fog that clung to her skin, making her feel cold from the inside out. Her phone buzzed again, a violent vibration that startled her out of her trance. She grabbed it instinctively, her fingers trembling as she answered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hello," she said, her voice cracking with fear. There was no answer, just silence. Then the sound of heavy breathing on the other end. "Who is this?" she demanded, her pulse racing. A voice finally responded, but it wasn't the voice she expected. It was deeper, more guttural, filled with an unnatural resonance that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. "You can't run from it, Sarah." The voice was familiar, too familiar. It was her own. Her heart dropped into her stomach. "Who's there?" she shouted, her voice breaking. The line went dead again, leaving nothing but the oppressive silence that enveloped her. The shadow seemed to grow in response, pulsing and shifting as though it were alive, reacting to her fear. It slithered along the floor, its edges creeping toward her with predatory intent. She stepped back, but the shadow followed. No matter where she moved, it stayed right behind her, closing in slowly, purposefully. Desperation clawed at her chest. She needed to get out, needed to escape this nightmare before it consumed her. But how? The room was closing in on her, and every exit seemed to vanish the moment she tried to approach it. Her gaze fell on the door across the room. It was cracked slightly open, and beyond it she could see a faint light, perhaps another room, another chance. Without thinking, she bolted toward it, ignoring the way the shadow scraped against the floor, pursuing her with relentless precision. She reached the door, throwing herself against it. It creaked as she shoved it open, revealing another hallway, dark and narrow, stretching out ahead of her. The door slammed shut behind her, and she didn't dare look back. She ran down the hallway, her feet pounding against the cold, hard floor. But with every step, the shadows grew stronger, more tangible. They wrapped around her ankles, clawing at her legs, pulling her back toward the darkness. "No," she gasped, trying to shake them off, but they clung to her like chains. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, the walls narrowing, pressing in on her. The light at the end of the hall became dimmer, like a distant star fading into oblivion. She reached the end of the hallway, her body exhausted, her mind a chaotic mess of panic and confusion. But there was no escape. The door she had hoped for was gone, replaced by nothing but more shadows. A figure emerged from the darkness, its presence unmistakable. It was the same tall, impossibly thin entity that had stalked her from the beginning, its featureless face casting no reflection in the dim light. She wanted to scream, but the air in her lungs had vanished. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she fell to the ground. She could feel the shadow wrapping around her, tightening like a vice, dragging her into the inky blackness that loomed behind the creature. "No," she gasped, her voice hoarse. "Please, stop." But the creature didn't speak. Instead, it reached out with its elongated hand, its fingers impossibly long and skeletal, and touched her cheek. And in that instant, Sarah felt everything inside her go cold. It wasn't just the touch that chilled her, it was the sheer sense of inevitability that washed over her. The creature was not trying to harm her. It was trying to collect her. The fear that gripped her chest twisted into something worse, something much more profound. This wasn't just some entity from another dimension or a nightmare that wouldn't end. This was a force of nature. This was fate. "I didn't ask for this," she whispered, tears filling her eyes. The creature didn't answer. It simply watched her, its empty gaze boring into her soul. Then it spoke, not with its voice but with her own thoughts. "You asked for it the moment you opened the door." The weight of those words hit her like a physical blow. She had been so focused on trying to escape, on running from the darkness, that she hadn't realized she had already made her choice. She had opened the door and now there was no turning back. She reached out, trembling, her fingertips brushing against the creature's cold hand. And in that touch, everything changed. The room around her shifted again. The hallway, the shadows, the creature, all of it melted away, replaced by an overwhelming white light. Sarah gasped, squinting against the brightness. But as the light faded, she saw that she was no longer in the hallway. She was back in her apartment. The room was quiet, unnervingly so. The broken window was whole again, the handprint gone. The lights flickered overhead, and her phone, still clutched in her hand, seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. She wasn't alone. At the foot of her bed stood a figure, shrouded in the same familiar darkness. The figure was smaller this time, but just as terrifying. And this time it spoke. "It's too late." The words were like ice, freezing Sarah in place. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. All she could do was watch as the figure slowly, deliberately, moved toward her. The figure in the corner of the room loomed closer, its outline fading in and out of focus like a malfunctioning shadow. Sarah felt her heart pounding so violently in her chest that she thought it might burst. The air was thick with the scent of decay, an overwhelming stench of something unnatural, and the pressure around her chest made it harder to breathe. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but her body refused to obey. It was as if the air itself had become a trap, suffocating her, weighing her down. Who are you?" Sarah gasped, her voice barely a whisper. The words felt foreign, weak, as if her throat were being constricted by invisible hands. The figure said nothing, but it tilted its head, a slow, unnatural motion that set Sarah's nerves on fire. Its face was shrouded in darkness, no features visible, yet somehow she knew it was staring directly at her. And that stare, it was suffocating. It felt as though it saw every part of her, every hidden fear, every painful memory, all the way down to her very soul. She took a step back, her legs trembling, but she didn't dare take her eyes off the shadow. The figure took a step forward, and Sarah felt a cold rush of air swirl around her. The light from the dim ceiling bulb flickered again, casting shadows that seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally, elongating like claws reaching for her. Without warning, a voice, deep and resonant, echoed through her mind. It wasn't the voice of the figure in the corner, but something more sinister, more powerful. It was like a chorus of voices layered over one another, all speaking in unison. "You shouldn't have come back," the voice rumbled, filling her ears with a terrifying certainty. "You never should have opened the door." The words pierced through her like daggers. Every muscle in her body tensed, but her mind couldn't comprehend what was happening. What door? What door had she opened? The mirror? The phone call? It all felt like a haze, a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. She tried to speak, but her voice failed her. She tried to run, but her legs refused to move. She was paralyzed, trapped in place as the figure began to approach her. It didn't move like a human. There was no urgency in its steps. It glided, a smooth, deliberate motion, like something too otherworldly to be bound by the laws of nature. And then it spoke again, this time directly, the words deep, like they were spoken from within her mind rather than out loud. "You were never supposed to see it. You were never supposed to know what lies behind the veil. But you saw. And now you're here." Sarah's pulse quickened, a cold sweat beading on her forehead. She clenched her fists, trying to force herself to move, to scream, to do anything. But she was frozen, as if the figure's presence was draining her will to resist. The figure's form shifted, bending and twisting like smoke in a storm, until finally, it emerged fully from the darkness. Now, it looked almost like a man, tall and impossibly thin, its limbs elongated in ways that defied natural proportions. Its face remained obscured by shadows, but its eyes, when Sarah finally managed to tear her gaze toward them, were empty. No pupils, no irises, just a vast, infinite darkness, a void that pulled at her very soul. "You were warned," it said, the voice now clearer but no less terrifying. "There are places that should never be touched, things that should remain unseen. You wanted to know, now you will pay the price." "Pay the price for what?" Sarah whispered, her voice raw, as though it was being pulled from her throat against her will. The figure's mouth curled into a twisted smile, but even that seemed wrong, like it was stretched too wide. "For the door you opened, for the truths you uncovered, for your curiosity. They are never free, Sarah. Not here." She shook her head violently, trying to clear her thoughts. No, I don't understand. I didn't. What door? What are you talking about? The shadow loomed larger, its presence suffocating. The door is not a place, Sarah. It's a choice. You opened it with every question, every moment of doubt, every time you wondered why you were the one they were watching. You didn't just step through it. You invited them. Who? Her voice broke. Who have I invited? The figure didn't answer. Instead, it raised its hand, pointing toward the ceiling. At first, Sarah thought it was trying to gesture at something in the room, but when she looked up, her blood ran cold. The ceiling had changed. The peeling wallpaper was gone, replaced by a vast expanse of blackness. The room was now utterly dark, save for a single point of light far above her, a small, flickering flame that swayed in the air. It cast a strange glow, illuminating nothing but itself. There were no windows, no exits, just that light and the endless stretch of darkness around her. Then she heard it. A whisper, faint at first but growing louder. A voice, familiar and chilling, speaking her name over and over again. Sarah. Sarah. Her heart skipped a beat. That voice, no, those voices, were too many. There were hundreds of them, all calling her name, overlapping one another until it became a cacophony that made her head spin. Stop! She screamed, clamping her hands over her ears, but it didn't help. The voices were inside her head now, each one insistent, urgent, pressing against her mind. Sarah, it's time? She opened her eyes in panic and saw that the shadow was no longer standing in the corner. It was right in front of her, its featureless face so close that she could feel the coldness of its breath. It reached out with one long, bony finger and touched her forehead. And that was when she saw it. The vision came so suddenly, so violently, that it left her breathless. She saw a door. A massive, ancient door standing in the center of a dark forest, surrounded by a fog so thick that she could barely see the edges. The door was carved with strange symbols, symbols that seemed to shift and change every time she blinked. The voices were louder now, echoing in the distance. Step through it, Sarah, they said. You were meant to. The vision faded just as quickly as it came, and Sarah's knees gave way. She collapsed to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. No, I won't. I won't open any more doors. I won't let you in. But even as she screamed the words, she knew the truth. The door had already been opened, and now she was trapped inside it. The air was thick with the sound of Sarah's shallow breaths. Every inhale felt like a battle, each exhale an escape from the overwhelming pressure that seemed to press down on her chest. She had collapsed on the cold floor of her apartment, trembling, her mind racing. The dark figure loomed in front of her, its form still shifting like liquid shadow. Her heart pounded in her chest, a constant reminder of the terror she could not escape. The voices continued to echo in her head, each one more insistent than the last. It's too late, Sarah. The door has already opened. There's no going back. You belong to us now. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the whispers, trying to find some semblance of peace. But the darkness was all-consuming. No matter where she turned, it followed. The walls of her apartment seemed to stretch endlessly, the shadows reaching out to pull her deeper into the unknown. The figure stepped closer, and Sarah's body went rigid with fear. The air around her grew colder, the temperature plummeting so rapidly that she could see her breath in front of her face, the mist swirling like smoke. The shadow crouched down in front of her, its form now nearly indistinguishable from the darkness itself. There was no face, no features, just an endless abyss staring into her soul. You don't understand, the voice rumbled, low and guttural, filling her mind with a sense of dread that made her skin crawl. This isn't just about you. It never was. Sarah tried to push herself up, her hands shaking as she planted them on the floor, but the force that held her down was too strong. She couldn't move. She couldn't escape. It was as though her body was frozen in time, trapped in a nightmare that refused to end. You think you're the first to come here? The figure continued, its voice now filled with a strange amusement. You're just another soul lost to the door. Her mind struggled to keep up with its words, but it was like trying to grasp at smoke. Nothing made sense. What was it talking about? The door? Had she opened something she wasn't supposed to? Why had she been chosen? You didn't just open a door, Sarah, the figure said, its voice growing darker. You opened a gateway, a link to a place you were never meant to find. Her chest tightened. The words echoed in her mind, repeating themselves over and over again. A place you were never meant to find. The realization hit her like a wave, crashing over her in an instant. She had crossed some invisible boundary. She had stepped into a world that wasn't hers, a world that now wanted something in return. A sudden sharp pain shot through her skull. Her hands flew to her head, clutching at her temples as the darkness around her grew more oppressive, the weight of it nearly unbearable. She couldn't think clearly. The voices, the whispers, the oppressive force that clung to her, it was too much. She couldn't focus on anything but the pain, the overwhelming pressure that was driving her mad. And then, like a flicker in the dark, a memory surfaced. A fleeting moment from weeks ago. The strange message she had received on her phone. The cryptic words that she had brushed off, thinking they were some sort of joke. Don't open the door. It will come for you. The figure in front of her began to speak again, but this time, its words were clearer, sharper. The door is not just a door, Sarah. It's a binding, a link to something older, something that waits. And now it is waking. The chill in the air deepened. The shadows stretched out even further, reaching into every corner of the room. The walls began to close in, narrowing as if the space itself was compressing. Sarah could hear the creaking of the floorboards beneath her, the low rumble of something huge, moving beneath the surface of her reality. The room was no longer just a room. It was something else. A prison. A trap. And she was its prisoner. The voice, the same deep, resonant tone, seemed to come from all directions now. It wasn't just the figure in front of her. The voice was all around her, vibrating through the walls, the floor, the air itself. You have awakened something, the voice hissed. And now you will feel it. The temperature dropped even lower, and Sarah's breath came out in visible clouds. Her teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. The shadows thickened around her, and she could feel them pressing in on her, suffocating her. The figure stepped closer, its presence so powerful that it felt like the air was being sucked out of the room. In the blink of an eye, it was standing directly in front of her, its dark shape casting a long, distorted shadow over her body. Sarah couldn't move. Her limbs felt like lead, her body unwilling to respond to her frantic thoughts. She wanted to scream, but her voice had been stolen, swallowed up by the oppressive silence that seemed to consume everything around her. You're not alone, Sarah, the figure whispered, its voice now just a breath against her ear. Not anymore. You've invited them in. Suddenly, the air shifted, the weight of the room lifting just enough for Sarah to breathe again. She gasped, sucking in the frigid air as though it were her first breath in a lifetime. But it wasn't enough to shake the terror that gripped her heart. She was still trapped, still locked in a nightmare that she couldn't escape. The figure stepped back, disappearing into the shadows as if it had never been there at all. But Sarah knew it hadn't left. It was still there, watching her from the darkness, waiting. And that's when she saw it. The door. The door that hadn't been there a moment ago. It stood now at the far end of the room, its dark wood gleaming in the dim light. The whispers in the air seemed to crescendo, urging her toward it. She didn't want to look, didn't want to acknowledge its existence, but she couldn't help herself. The door had come for her, just like it always did. But this time she wasn't alone. Behind her, she could feel the presence of someone, looming just out of sight. Something that moved in the shadows, something that wasn't quite human. It was there, watching, waiting for her to make the next move. And the worst part? She knew she couldn't stop it. Sarah's eyes were fixed on the door, the unsettling whispers growing louder in her ears. They were no longer just voices, they were commands pulling her toward the threshold. Her pulse quickened, her heart pounding violently in her chest, as though her body had become a drumbeat for the madness that was closing in around her. She wanted to scream, to run, but her feet felt glued to the floor, her legs shaking beneath her, unresponsive. It was as if the very room was conspiring to keep her here. The darkness pressed against her, as thick and suffocating as a blanket, smothering the light, distorting the shapes around her. The door loomed ahead, a dark, ominous figure standing in the distance, its edges glowing faintly, almost as though it were alive. Every instinct in her told her to turn away, to find some way to escape, but she couldn't move. She couldn't stop staring at it. The figure from earlier, her tormentor, was gone, but its presence still lingered, like a shadow on the periphery of her mind. She could feel it watching her, waiting for her to make the next mistake. She knew that the door was more than just a doorway. It was the thing that had been waiting for her to open it, and now it was calling her. You are here because of it. The thought circled in her mind like a relentless storm, a constant reminder that this was her doing, her choice, her fatal mistake. The door began to creak, the sound cutting through the silence like a knife. Slowly, as though resisting, it swung open just enough for Sarah to glimpse what lay beyond it. Darkness. Nothing but a vast, inky void. No light, no sound, just a swirling emptiness that seemed to stretch on forever. But that was the strangest part. Sarah could feel something, someone, moving just beyond that threshold, as though something was waiting there, something that had been there long before she ever arrived. The whispers intensified, their voices growing louder, more demanding. They no longer spoke to her in the same cryptic riddles. Now they were pleading, begging. Step through it, Sarah. The voices overlapped, each one distinct, yet indistinguishable from the others. They felt desperate now. You're already here. You have no choice. A wave of nausea surged through her, but her legs remained frozen, her body unable to move. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her throat felt dry, like sandpaper. She wanted to scream, to call out for help, but her voice failed her. It was as if the room had stolen her ability to speak, leaving her trapped in her own mind, unable to call for help. And then the figure reappeared, standing at the threshold of the door, its form shifting, twisting, as if made of smoke and shadows. It was closer now, closer than before. Sarah could feel its presence wrapping around her, suffocating her thoughts, smothering her will to resist. You should have never come here, the figure said, its voice low and cold. You were warned. Sarah finally managed to move, her legs weak and trembling as she backed away from the door, but the more she moved, the more the room seemed to stretch. The walls seemed to close in, narrowing around her, as though the very space itself was alive and bent on trapping her. There was no escape. What do you want from me? She cried, her voice cracking with desperation. The words tasted bitter, but she had to ask. She had to understand what was happening, what had gone so horribly wrong. The figure tilted its head, a slow, unsettling movement, and its form shifted again, its limbs elongating and contorting in ways that no human body should be able to. We want what you opened, what you called forth, what you let slip through. The air around Sarah thickened, and she could feel the pressure building once more, the weight of something else pressing in on her chest. The whispers, the voices, they were getting louder, more frantic, more insistent. You invited it. You didn't just open a door, you unlocked a path, the figure continued, its voice a low growl now. And paths, they lead somewhere. You'll learn that soon enough. Sarah felt a cold rush of air, and the room seemed to tilt, spinning wildly. She staggered, her mind reeling as the reality around her bent and twisted. She couldn't focus. Her thoughts were scattered, disjointed. The voices had become a blur, a whirlwind of sound that drowned out everything else. And then for a moment the spinning stopped. The door was wide open now, its frame glowing with an eerie light. Sarah's heart pounded in her ears, louder than anything else, as she stared at the opening. She could feel the weight of it, the pull of it, like gravity itself was working against her. Go through. It's your only way out. Her breath came in shallow gasps, and her mind raced. She could feel something watching her, something far worse than the figure, far worse than the whispers. Something beyond the door, beyond everything she had encountered. You've seen too much. Now you must pay the price. She took a step back, but the room shifted again, and suddenly the door didn't seem so far away. The floor beneath her feet felt like it was tilting, like it was about to give way. It was as though the whole world had started to collapse around her, and there was nowhere left to run. The whispers turned to shouts. Go through. There's no turning back. And then something tugged at her, a force so strong that she was lifted off the ground. Her feet left the floor as if an invisible hand had grabbed her, dragging her toward the door. She screamed, but no sound came out. She fought, kicking and flailing, but it was useless. Her body moved against her will, pulled forward by an unseen force. The threshold loomed before her, the door now filling her entire vision. She could feel the cold from the other side, the oppressive darkness that stretched into infinity, pulling her in. Sarah? The figure's voice echoed behind her, a final warning, a command. You open the door. Now you must enter. And then she was through. The world collapsed in on itself. The world was different now. The moment Sarah stepped through the door, It felt as though the very fabric of reality had been torn apart and reshaped around her. The air was thick, heavier than anything she had ever experienced. It wasn't just the oppressive silence that hung in the air, it was the weight of 1,000 eyes, watching her from every direction, unseen yet undeniably present. She stumbled, her legs unsteady as she tried to regain her balance. The floor beneath her was uneven, rough and cold, but she couldn't focus on the discomfort. Her mind was consumed with the overwhelming sense of wrongness that surrounded her. The world was alien. It was as though everything she had ever known was wiped clean, replaced by an unrecognizable landscape. The ground stretched out before her, covered in a thick, murky fog that rolled in swirls, swallowing everything in its path. She could barely see more than a few feet ahead of her, but it wasn't just the fog that obscured her vision. It was the sense that something else was here, moving just beyond her sight, waiting, watching. She heard something behind her, soft at first, like a whisper carried on the wind. Her heart skipped a beat and she spun around, but there was nothing. The door had vanished. It wasn't even a memory anymore. Just like that, it was gone. The only thing left was the endless void that surrounded her, stretching in every direction, devoid of any recognizable landmarks or boundaries. She was alone, completely alone in this strange, suffocating place. But she knew she wasn't alone. The whispers had returned, louder this time, and they felt different, as if they were coming from the very walls of this new world, from the very air itself. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was faint, but Sarah could feel its power. It wasn't just a voice, it was a force, a presence that pushed into her thoughts, made her doubt her own sanity. She tried to push the words away, to focus on finding some kind of escape, but it was useless. The more she tried to ignore it, the louder it became, echoing in the back of her mind. "You think you have a choice? You don't." Sarah clutched her head in her hands, trying to block out the noise, but it only grew louder, more insistent. The ground beneath her feet shifted, and she stumbled again, falling to her knees. The fog seemed to thicken, swirling around her like a living thing. It was suffocating, blinding, and she couldn't tell where the ground ended and the sky began. She tried to push herself up, but the world around her was unstable, shifting with every movement she made. It felt like she was sinking, as if the ground itself was consuming her, pulling her deeper into its grasp. Panic surged in her chest, and she fought against it, scrambling to find something solid to hold onto. "There is no escape." The voice was louder now, the words ringing in her mind with a clarity that chilled her to the bone. It wasn't a warning anymore. It was a statement. A fact. Sarah's chest tightened and she couldn't breathe. She felt like she was suffocating under the weight of it all. She closed her eyes, trying to block out the endless whispers, trying to steady herself. When she opened them again, the fog had parted, just enough for her to see what lay ahead. It wasn't much. Just a small, dilapidated structure standing alone in the distance. A building barely recognizable in the dim light that filtered through the fog. It looked like something abandoned, something long forgotten, but it was the only thing that stood out in this endless void. The only thing that could possibly be real. Her heart raced as she slowly began to move toward it, each step more difficult than the last. The fog closed in behind her, swallowing up her footprints as soon as they were made. The air was thick with the same feeling of wrongness, but Sarah couldn't stop now. She had to know what was waiting inside that building. Maybe, just maybe, there was an answer there. Maybe it would offer some kind of salvation. With every step she took, the building grew larger, more menacing. The windows were shattered, the walls cracked and crumbling, but she could feel it. A pull. Something drawing her closer. The closer she got, the more she could sense something else waiting, something hidden within its broken walls. It wasn't the figure. It wasn't the shadow that had haunted her before. This was different. This was something worse. As she reached the door, she hesitated for just a moment. Her hand hovered over the rusted doorknob, and for the first time since entering this place, a part of her wondered if she should just turn around and walk away. But it was too late for that. She had already crossed into this world. There was no going back. With a trembling breath, she pushed the door open, the hinges creaking in protest as it swung inward. The darkness inside was thick, suffocating, but she stepped through without hesitation. She didn't know what she expected. Maybe light, maybe some kind of clue, anything that could make sense of what was happening. But what she found was far worse. Inside, the walls were lined with mirrors. Each one reflected something different, something that didn't belong. The reflections weren't hers. They were distorted, twisted versions of herself, each one staring back at her with hollow eyes. Some of them smiled, but it was a smile that didn't reach their eyes. Others seemed to reach out toward her, as if they wanted to pull her in. A soft, eerie laugh echoed through the room, and Sarah spun around, heart racing. But there was no one there. Just the mirrors, and the unsettling feeling that she wasn't alone. A voice, familiar yet distant, whispered from the darkness behind her. "It's too late, Sarah. You can't escape. Not now." The words were like a knife, cutting through her thoughts, and for a moment she froze. The laughter grew louder, more manic, and she could feel the mirrors closing in on her, their reflections warping and shifting as though they were alive. She took a step back, then another, but the mirrors followed her. The laughter grew louder still, as though the room itself were laughing at her, mocking her fear. She was trapped. There was no way out. And then, in the midst of it all, the mirrors stopped moving. The laughter faded into an eerie silence. A figure appeared in the reflection before her. It was her own face, but different. Pale, hollow eyes stared back at her, a twisted version of herself. The figure smiled, her smile, but it was wrong. So wrong. "It's your turn now," the reflection whispered. Sarah gasped, stumbling backward, but the mirror behind her shattered with a deafening crash, and something reached out from within. The darkness closed in and everything went black. The silence was unbearable. It pressed in on Sarah, heavy and suffocating, as though the very air was thick with dread. Her eyes shot open, but it was too dark to see anything. The usual hum of reality, the comforting noise of the world outside, was gone. All that remained was the deep, unnerving quiet, like a vacuum that had sucked the life out of everything. She could feel something beneath her, soft, cold, and damp, as though she were lying on a bed of moss or some strange, otherworldly material. Her skin crawled at the thought, and she quickly pushed herself up, her hands trembling as they searched for something to hold onto. She didn't know how she had gotten here or what had happened to her. The last thing she remembered was the mirror, the shattered glass, and the feeling of something reaching out toward her. Now she was here, wherever here was. Her breath was ragged, each inhale sharp and shallow. There was no way to tell how long she had been unconscious. Her head throbbed and her body felt bruised, though she couldn't remember any impact. She tried to stand, but her legs felt weak, unsteady. The ground beneath her shifted as though it was moving, but when she looked down, there was nothing unusual. Just blackness. Unfathomable, impenetrable blackness that seemed to stretch on forever. A strange sense of familiarity clung to her like a second skin. This place. It felt like she had been here before, but that couldn't be possible. She couldn't remember anything about it. The walls, if there were any, were hidden in the darkness, and the air felt stale, thick with the remnants of something long forgotten. Her mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. The mirrors, the laughter, the distorted reflection, the feeling of something reaching for her. She shuddered at the memory, pushing it away. She couldn't afford to think about it now. She had to focus on finding a way out. She stood, steadying herself as she took a few cautious steps. The ground under her feet was uneven, almost as though it were shifting with her movements, but there was no way to tell. The blackness swallowed up everything she could see. Every direction looked the same. She had no reference, no clues to guide her. But then she heard it, a sound in the distance. Soft at first, like a whisper on the wind, but it grew louder, closer. A scraping, dragging noise as though someone, was moving through the darkness toward her. Sarah froze, her heart thudding in her chest. The sound was unmistakable, like the shuffle of footsteps, but heavier, slower, as though the person, or thing, was dragging itself along the ground. "It's coming for you." The whisper echoed in her mind, as though the darkness itself was speaking to her. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to hide, but she didn't know where to go. There was no escape, no way out. The footsteps grew louder, the dragging noise more pronounced. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and a cold sweat broke out across her forehead. She turned in the direction of the sound, straining her eyes to make sense of the oppressive blackness. Just run. Run. But she couldn't move. Her body felt paralyzed, rooted to the spot, as though the ground itself had claimed her. She could feel the presence drawing closer, feel its weight in the air, pressing down on her. She wanted to scream, but her voice was caught in her throat. Fear wrapped around her like a vice, squeezing out all rational thought. And then the darkness shifted. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form indistinct at first, but as it drew closer, it took shape. It was tall, too tall, unnaturally so, and its body was hunched in a grotesque way. It moved in jerky, disjointed motions, as though it were dragging something behind it. The scraping noise continued, the sound of something heavy dragging across the floor. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she watched the figure approach, unable to tear her gaze away. The creature's face was hidden in the shadows of its hood, but the air around it was thick with a sense of dread that made her skin crawl. She couldn't see its eyes, but she could feel them, burning into her, watching her every movement. The thing paused just a few feet away, and for a moment all was still. There was no sound, no movement, just the suffocating silence. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest, so loud that it seemed to drown out everything else. The air felt heavier now, as though the very weight of the world was pressing down on her. "It knows you're here," the voice whispered in her mind, distant but clear. It wasn't the voice of the figure. No, this was something else. Something that had been with her since she first entered this place. Something older, darker. She took a step back, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, its form looming in the darkness, waiting. Watching. "What do you want?" Sarah's voice broke through the silence, weak and trembling. It was the first time she had spoken since waking up in this strange place, and her voice sounded foreign to her own ears. The figure tilted its head, and in that moment, Sarah felt an overwhelming sense of recognition. She couldn't explain why, but she knew. She knew this thing, or at least she felt it knew her. And that realization chilled her to the bone. The creature raised its hand slowly, dragging it through the air as though reaching for something. The shadows seemed to twist around its fingers, swirling in an unnatural way. And then it spoke. "You open the door," it rasped, its voice a low, gravelly sound that seemed to vibrate through Sarah's bones. "Now you must face what's on the other side." The words were a taunt, a reminder of the choice she had made. She had walked through that door, crossed that line. And now there was no turning back. Sarah felt the weight of its gaze, the pressure building around her. Her heart hammered in her chest, but she forced herself to stand her ground. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what this place was." The figure took a slow step toward her, its movements jerky, unnatural. "It doesn't matter now," it said. "You are part of it now, and it will never let you go." A cold shiver ran down her spine as the darkness around her seemed to pulse, like it was alive, feeding on her fear. The room itself felt like it was closing in, as though the walls were getting smaller, the shadows tighter. Sarah turned, her feet scrambling beneath her, desperate for any escape, but the darkness closed in. She couldn't see the figure anymore, couldn't hear it, but she knew it was there, watching her, always watching. And in that moment she realized something worse than the creature. It wasn't the shadows that were hunting her. It was her own mind. The darkness pressed in from all sides, suffocating her with its weight. Sarah's breath was shallow, ragged as she stumbled forward, her eyes darting around in a desperate attempt to find something, anything to cling to. The shadows were alive, moving, twisting in patterns she couldn't comprehend. She could feel them crawling up her legs, reaching for her arms as if trying to pull her back into the void from which they had sprung. It was more than fear, it was a sense of inevitability, like the darkness had already claimed her and was simply waiting for her to acknowledge it. Her heart raced. She could feel the pull of the darkness tugging at her, urging her to stop, to surrender. But something inside her refused. There had to be a way out of this, a way to break free. She wasn't going to be swallowed by this place, not like the others. She had made it this far. She took another step, then another, her feet unsteady beneath her as the ground seemed to shift with every movement. The air was thick, suffocating, and it felt as if the very walls of this place were closing in, slowly and relentlessly, pressing in on her from all directions. She could hear the soft scurrying of something moving in the darkness, quick, skittering movements, like tiny claws scraping against stone. It was unnerving. There was something else in this place with her. The whispers returned, soft at first, barely audible. But soon they grew louder, closer. The voices were not just in her head this time. They were real, reverberating through the very walls of the place she now found herself trapped in. "It's too late, Sarah." The voice was familiar, a low, soothing tone that echoed through her mind, sending a cold chill down her spine. She knew that voice. She had heard it before. The figure. The one who had warned her when she first entered. But now it wasn't just a warning, it was a promise. You're already part of it. There's no escape now. The darkness seemed to breathe, pulsing in rhythm with her own heartbeat, as though it were alive. Her eyes darted around, trying to make sense of her surroundings, but all she could see were endless, shifting shadows, too many to count. It was like being inside the stomach of some great unseen beast, its walls undulating, tightening, threatening to swallow her whole. You belong here. She couldn't ignore it anymore. The truth had settled into her mind like a heavy stone, weighing down on her chest. She had made the choice. She had stepped through that door, and now she was trapped in the space between. Neither here nor there, neither alive nor dead. A prisoner of the darkness, and the darkness wasn't going to let her go. But that was the thing, wasn't it? She could feel the pull, the pressure to give in, to succumb to the inevitable. She had no power here. She was nothing but a pawn in some twisted game that she didn't understand. The whispers were getting louder now, each one a reminder that she didn't belong in this place, that she would never escape. And yet, the fight in her refused to die. She didn't know why. She didn't know what she was fighting for anymore. But she couldn't stop herself. She took another step, ignoring the way her body screamed in protest, urging her to give up, to surrender to the darkness. She couldn't. She wouldn't. The ground beneath her feet shifted again, and she nearly lost her balance. A sharp pain shot up her leg as she stumbled forward, catching herself against the jagged wall. It wasn't just the darkness she had to contend with now. The very world around her was shifting, warping, becoming something more chaotic, more unstable. Her thoughts were racing, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Where was she? How had she ended up here? And why, in this twisted place, did she feel like something was watching her? And then she saw it. A light, a flicker in the distance, faint but undeniable. It was small, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Her heart leapt in her chest as she turned toward it, her breath catching in her throat. It wasn't much, but it was enough to give her hope. Without thinking, she moved toward the light, her legs aching with every step, but she didn't care. She couldn't stay here, not in this suffocating darkness. She needed to find the source of the light. She needed to know what it was. The shadows seemed to stretch out to stop her, to pull her back, but she pushed forward, ignoring the tugging sensation at the back of her mind. Every part of her screamed for her to turn around, to give up, but she couldn't. She wouldn't. The closer she got, the brighter the light became. It was warm, almost comforting, a stark contrast to the cold, oppressive darkness. As she drew nearer, she realized it wasn't just a light. It was a doorway, a crack in the wall of the void she had found herself in. The walls of this strange world were splitting apart, revealing a sliver of something else. Something real. She reached out for it, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the edge of the opening. The instant her hand touched it, the world around her seemed to shift, like the ground beneath her was rising to meet her. A wave of energy, like an electric current, surged through her body, making her skin prickle. For a moment she was weightless, suspended in time. The whispering voices stopped, and the shadows paused, as though the very fabric of this place was holding its breath. And then, without warning, something grabbed her from behind. A cold, skeletal hand wrapped around her wrist, yanking her backward with such force that her feet left the ground. She screamed, her nails digging into the floor as she tried to break free, but the hand held fast, unyielding. She twisted in the grip of whatever had her, her heart racing, her pulse pounding in her ears. She was yanked violently through the dark space, the walls around her closing in, the air growing colder and thicker with every passing second. The light, the doorway, it was slipping away. You can't escape. The voice was deafening now, filling her mind with its terrible certainty. The hand gripped her tighter, pulling her deeper into the darkness. The hope she had felt only moments ago vanished like smoke, and all that was left was the cold, relentless pull of the unknown. And then everything went black again. Darkness. It was the only thing Sarah could sense. No sound, no light, just a thick, oppressive blackness that swallowed every trace of life around her. Her head throbbed, a dull, constant ache that seemed to resonate with the very essence of this place. She had no idea how much time had passed or if time even existed here. It was as though the rules of reality had been bent, warped into something twisted and unfamiliar. Her body ached, bruised from her fall, her limbs heavy as though they were made of stone. The cold air bit at her skin, sharp and unrelenting. But it was the silence that truly disturbed her. A silence that wasn't just the absence of sound, it was something alive, something that pressed in on her, urging her to listen, to hear the nothingness. For a long time she couldn't move. The fear that had been gnawing at her for so long had wrapped itself around her chest, squeezing until she could barely breathe. She tried to focus, to remember what had happened, how she had ended up here. The light, the doorway, the hand, and then nothing. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing her mind to find some clarity in the chaos. But there was nothing. No answers, no sense of direction. Just the overwhelming sense that she was lost. The whispering voices from before had stopped, replaced by an even more unsettling quiet. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. It was always there, lurking just beyond her perception. She shifted slightly, testing her limbs, and found that they were no longer as stiff as before. Slowly, cautiously, she sat up, her back protesting as she moved. The cold, damp ground beneath her felt like it was sucking the warmth from her body. She could hear the faint sound of her breath, but that was it. The world around her was utterly still. What was happening to her? She forced herself to her feet, her legs unsteady, like newborn deer taking their first steps. Every movement felt unnatural, as though she was walking in a dream, where nothing was real, nothing made sense. She could barely make out her own form in the thick darkness, and yet, it felt like the shadows were closing in, pressing against her from all sides. It was the quiet that unsettled her the most. In the silence, her thoughts became louder, more frantic. She couldn't escape them. The voices were still there, hidden beneath the surface of her mind, echoing in the deepest corners of her consciousness. They're always watching Sarah. The whisper crawled into her mind like a poison, seeping through her thoughts. She shuddered, wrapping her arms tightly around her chest as if to hold herself together. It's all part of the game. The voice again. It wasn't the creature, not the one with the skeletal hand. No, this voice was older, more malevolent. It felt as though it had always been there, lurking in the dark corners of her mind, waiting for the right moment to strike. You can't escape it. You're already part of it. Her breath hitched. The words were chilling, as if they were a truth she had always known, buried deep within her. She wasn't just here by accident. She had been brought here. Chosen, perhaps. Or maybe, like all those before her, she had simply stumbled into the dark web that held this place together. She took a cautious step forward, her senses on high alert. The air seemed to shift around her, the stillness broken only by the soft scuff of her footsteps. She could feel the weight of the darkness pressing down on her, as if it were alive and breathing, waiting for her to make the wrong move. And then she saw it. A flicker of light, no bigger than a star, shone in the distance. It was faint but undeniable. It called to her, a beacon in the overwhelming void. Hope. It felt like a lifeline, a promise that there was still something beyond this place, something real. But was it real? She couldn't afford to hesitate. Every instinct screamed at her to move toward it, to take whatever chance this light might offer. She didn't know what it was or where it would lead, but at this point it didn't matter. She couldn't stay here in the suffocating silence of the dark. She needed to know. She needed to see. The ground beneath her felt even more unstable as she approached the light. Her feet stumbled, almost as if something was trying to trip her, to force her to stop. But she pressed on, her heart hammering in her chest as the light grew brighter with each step she took. As she neared it, she realized that it wasn't just a single light. It was a door, a crack in the darkness that revealed the faintest glimmer of something beyond. The shadows recoiled as if they were afraid of it. But even as Sarah reached for the door, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that this was too easy. The light flickered, casting strange, elongated shadows across the walls. For a moment, Sarah stood frozen, her hand just inches away from touching the edge of the opening. Her pulse quickened as she stared into the crack. The light pulsed like a heartbeat, and for a moment she saw something through the door, something alive. It was brief, a mere flash, but it was enough. A glimpse of a figure, something tall, dark, and human-like. It stood motionless, its form shrouded in shadow, its eyes glowing with a cold, unnatural light. She recoiled instinctively, pulling her hand back as a cold dread settled over her. This wasn't just a way out. This was another trap. Another piece of the puzzle that she didn't want to solve. And then, as if the shadows were waiting for her to make up her mind, the voice returned. You can't leave. Not yet. Her blood ran cold as the words echoed around her, bouncing off the walls of her mind like a relentless drumbeat. The door flickered again, the light waning for a brief second, then growing stronger. The voice was inside her head now, filling her thoughts, drowning out everything else. This is where you belong. There's no escape. She didn't know what was real anymore. Was the door a chance for freedom, or was it just another illusion, another trick to lure her deeper into this nightmare? She was running out of time, running out of options. But she knew one thing. She couldn't stay here, not in this place where everything was twisted and wrong. Whatever the door held, whatever awaited her on the other side, it had to be better than this. With a final, defiant breath, she reached for the door once more, ignoring the whispering voices, ignoring the growing sense of dread that had begun to consume her. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she was done being afraid. This was her only chance, and she was going to take it. The moment Sarah's fingers brushed the edge of the door, the world seemed to collapse around her. The air, which had been suffocating and still, suddenly rushed in, violent and chaotic, swirling with an intensity that made her skin prickle. She could feel the space around her tearing open, as though the very fabric of reality was being ripped apart. She tried to step through, to escape, but someone was holding her back. A force, cold and relentless, gripped her by the shoulders, yanking her away from the threshold. Her heart leapt into her throat as she stumbled backward, her feet failing to catch on the unstable ground. The light that had called to her now seemed to flicker violently, almost mocking her as it vanished into nothingness. No, she gasped, trying to fight against the unseen force. Her hands clawed at the air, desperate to find some kind of grip, but it was as if the very space around her had turned into liquid, shifting and impossible to hold on to. You're not ready yet. The voice returned, colder, more menacing than before. It filled her ears, burrowing into her mind until there was no escaping it. You think you can just leave? Think again. She felt herself falling, tumbling into the dark, her vision spinning as the world around her dissolved into chaos. It was as though time had stopped, or maybe it had become something else entirely, something unrecognizable. There was no up, no down. Only a constant descent, a never-ending spiral that twisted her mind and body into something unrecognizable. But then, just as she thought she might lose herself completely to the void, the sensation of falling ceased. She landed with a soft thud, her body slamming against the cold, hard floor. It wasn't the same floor she had been on before, though. This one was different, darker, colder. She pushed herself up, her limbs aching as she forced her hands into the ground for support. Her head spun, and for a moment she wasn't sure whether she was still standing in the same place or had somehow crossed into a new dimension. The air was thick, suffocating, and smelled of decay. Her eyes adjusted to the dim light, and she realized with a shock that she wasn't alone. The room, if you could even call it that, was filled with bodies. But they weren't human, at least not in the way she had ever known. They were twisted, malformed things, their features obscured by shadows and deformities that made them barely recognizable as anything resembling life. Some of them were hunched over in corners, others sprawled across the floor, their eyes vacant and lifeless. They were motionless, but the moment Sarah entered, she could feel their presence, like an unspoken warning, a promise of what could happen if she wasn't careful. As her eyes scanned the room, she caught sight of a figure standing at the far end, cloaked in shadow. It was tall, impossibly so, its form barely distinguishable from the surrounding darkness. But as her gaze locked onto it, she felt something strange, a connection like the figure was waiting for her. Before she could react, the room around her began to shift. The shadows seemed to come alive, twisting in unnatural shapes, reaching out for her. It was like they were trying to pull her in, to drag her into their dark embrace. She stepped back instinctively, her pulse quickening as she realized the true danger of this place. It wasn't just the unknown that threatened her. It was the creatures, the things that existed in the darkness, hungry for whatever energy or life she still had left. They were waiting for her to make a mistake. And then the figure at the far end of the room moved. Slowly at first, as though testing the air around it, the figure took a step forward, its movement fluid, almost otherworldly. As it drew closer, Sarah's heart thudded in her chest. The figure's eyes, if you could even call them eyes, glowed a faint, sickly yellow like the light of a dying star. The air grew colder with every step it took toward her. She wanted to run, to flee. But her legs felt like lead, and the instinct to fight, or at least defend herself, seemed to be drowned out by the overwhelming weight of fear. The figure came closer, and now Sarah could see it more clearly. Its form was both humanoid and yet not. It was a distortion of something once human, its skin slick and stretched tight over bones that seemed to snap and shift beneath it. The creature's mouth hung open in a grotesque grin, its teeth sharp and jagged, as though it had been designed to tear into flesh. "Sarah?" The voice came from the figure, low and dripping with malice. The sound was distorted but unmistakable. "It knows me." The realization hit Sarah like a bolt of lightning, and her breath caught in her throat. This thing, it was calling her by name. The figure stepped forward again, and this time, Sarah could feel its presence in her very bones. The coldness, the darkness, it was all emanating from it. She was trapped in the middle of the room now, surrounded by the grotesque figures, their hollow eyes watching her, waiting for her to make her next move. "You thought you could escape," the figure continued, its voice taking on a mocking tone. "But this is where you belong. This is your fate now. Forever." It raised its hand, and Sarah's heart skipped a beat. The hand was long, unnaturally so, with fingers that seemed to stretch and distort as it reached toward her. She took a step back, her feet slipping against the slick, damp floor. Her pulse was hammering in her chest now, every instinct screaming at her to run, to fight, to do something. But nothing made sense. Everything was a blur, and all she could do was watch as the figure came closer. Just when she thought she could take no more, the figure stopped, its hand hovering just inches from her face. It was as though it was studying her, savoring the moment before the final act. And then, with a sudden, jarring movement, the creature lunged.